Hello everyone. Welcome to the channel, where crime meets comfort and mysteries unfold while you go for the sleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you from and what time is it right now? Let me know in the comments. I'm always curious to see who's joining me on these late night adventures. Now let's begin the story. I suppose every family has its secrets. Ours were buried beneath layers of stained glass and bird feathers, concealed behind carefully curated smiles and the quiet hum of a studio where my mother, Lyra Vance, created beauty out of broken things. But even the strongest glass can shatter under enough pressure. Cedar Ridge, Oregon was the kind of town where everyone knew your name, but not necessarily your story. Our house sat on the outskirts, tucked away near the winding waters of Carmichael Creek, surrounded by towering pines and the eerie calls of nightbirds. My mother's stained glass studio was an extension of the house, a place of solitude where sunlight filtered through colored panes, casting kaleidoscopic reflections onto the wooden floors. It was her sanctuary, a place that belonged to her, alone, until slowly that began to change. To the outside world, we were the perfect family. My father, Corvus Vance, was a renowned ethologist, a man so deeply devoted to the study of birds that he sometimes seemed more comfortable with them than with people. He had a quiet intensity about him, a presence that demanded attention without words. My mother, Lyra, was admired for her artistry, her ability to breathe life into fragmented pieces of glass. She had a warmth that drew people in, though I could see that warmth fading in the years before everything fell apart. My sister Zephyr was quieter, the remnant of my father's first marriage, an observer more than a participant. And then there was me, Anya, 12 years old and desperate to understand the shifting dynamics within our home. But it was Serafina Thorne's arrival that changed everything. She came to us in 2017, just before my 11th birthday. A foster kid with a history too dark for her age, she had been in and out of homes, none of them lasting. My mother, always drawn to broken things, believed she could help. She believed love and stability could heal the deepest wounds. And for a while it seemed to be true. Serafina was different from the others. She wasn't just grateful. She adapted, ingraining herself into our routines with an ease that felt both natural and unsettling. She helped in the studio, learning to shape glass under my mother's careful guidance. She accompanied my father on his birdwatching trips, her fascination mirroring his in a way that made me uneasy. She even found ways to charm Zephyr, who had never taken much interest in anyone before. But it wasn't just that she fit in. It was how effortlessly she seemed to mold herself into the spaces between us, filling in the gaps as if she had always been there. At first, my mother spoke about Serafina with admiration. She marveled at her resilience, her intelligence. But then the admiration became something else. Something quieter, more hesitant. I would catch my mother watching her, her lips pressed together, as if she was trying to solve a puzzle she couldn't quite piece together. My father, on the other hand, seemed to have no such hesitations. If anything, he encouraged Serafina's growing presence in our lives, welcoming her into his world with an openness he rarely showed to anyone else. By the time the autumn of 2018 arrived, the balance in our home had shifted. My mother grew restless, distracted in a way that made her art suffer. She spent more time in her studio but less time actually working. My father spent more time away, yet his absence felt heavier than his presence. Serafina had a way of watching him, of anticipating his movements before he made them. And Zephyr had begun to withdraw even further, retreating into the corners of the house as if trying to disappear entirely. It was as though we were all caught in some unspoken tension, and I was the only one who didn't understand its source. Then there were the nights, the whispered conversations behind closed doors, the muffled arguments that ended too abruptly, the way my mother's fingers trembled when she thought no one was looking, the way Serafina's expression never quite matched the moment, too calm, too knowing. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. The cracks in the glass had already formed. We just hadn't seen them yet. Not until the night of March 22nd, 2020, when everything finally shattered. If you had asked me before that night whether my family was happy, I would have hesitated. We weren't unhappy, not in any obvious way. From the outside looking in, we had everything: stability, respect, and a home filled with love. But love, I've come to understand, can be a fragile thing. It can be stretched and reshaped, manipulated into something unrecognizable. And sometimes it breaks completely. By early 2019, the shift in our household was impossible to ignore. My mother had become more withdrawn, retreating into her work with an intensity that felt less like passion and more like escape. Her stained glass projects, once filled with soft blues and gentle greens, had turned darker, reds and deep ambers, jagged edges that seemed deliberate rather than artistic. She barely spoke at dinner anymore, and when she did, her words were measured, careful. My father, on the other hand, seemed more alive than ever. He had always been quiet, introspective, but now there was a spark in him, an energy that didn't match the weight pressing down on the rest of us. He spent more time in the field studying bird migrations, attending conferences, staying out later. And when he was home, his attention was divided, like he was somewhere else entirely. Serafina was his shadow. She had slipped into our family, with ease, but with my father it was something more. She absorbed his knowledge, mirrored his movements, anticipated his needs before he even voiced them. It wasn't just admiration, it was devotion, and he fed off it. When he spoke to her, his voice softened in a way it never did with my mother anymore. When they laughed together, it was an unguarded sound, rare and fleeting. I didn't understand it then. Not fully. I only knew that my mother's eyes lingered on them too long, that her fingers tightened around her glass cutters, that she moved through the house like a ghost, unnoticed and fading. Zephyr noticed too. My stepsister had always been distant, but now she had become nearly invisible. She spent most of her time in her room, her door always locked, her music turned up too loud. The only times she seemed to come alive were in my mother's studio, sitting in the corner while Lyra worked, their silence heavy but shared. Then came the whispers, the arguments behind closed doors, the sharp cutting words that I only caught fragments of when I pressed my ear to the wall late at night. She's a child, Corvus. She's not a child. She understands more than you think. I see. The way she looks at you, the way you're imagining things. And then the silence, the unbearable, suffocating silence that stretched between them for days. The tension in our house became something tangible, pressing against my skin, making it hard to breathe. I didn't know who to talk to. Zephyr wouldn't meet my eyes. My mother barely seemed to see me anymore. My father was slipping further away, and Serafina watched, always watching as if waiting for something. One night I woke up to the sound of hushed voices outside my window. I pulled back the curtain just enough to see them, my father and Serafina, standing near the edge of the woods, their heads close, together. She was crying, or at least she wanted him to think she was. Her hand rested on his arm, her fingers gripping his sleeve. He didn't pull away. I didn't understand the weight of what I was seeing at the time. I only knew that when my mother saw them too, something inside her finally broke. The next day, the stained glass window she had been working on for weeks was gone, shattered. A kaleidoscope of colors scattered across the floor of her studio, jagged and sharp. No one spoke about it, but the silence that followed was louder than any words could have been. And in that silence, the fractures in our family deepened, spiderwebbing through the walls of our house, fragile and waiting to collapse. As winter bled into spring, the house took on a different kind of quiet. It wasn't just the silence of a family pulling away from each other. It was the silence of something waiting to happen. I began to notice the little things, the subtle shifts in routine. My mother, once meticulous about her schedule, started working at odd hours, slipping into her studio late at night. Her eyes were darker, her hands unsteady, and there was a tension in her jaw that never seemed to ease. Serafina, too, had changed. She moved differently, more deliberate, more aware of herself. She carried a confidence that hadn't been there before, a quiet defiance in the way she met my mother's gaze. If she was afraid of Lyra, she didn't show it. If anything, it was my mother who seemed wary of her, watching from a distance, assessing, and then there was my father. I had always thought of him as controlled, measured, but now there was an impulsiveness to him, a restlessness that set me on edge. He would leave the house at odd hours, sometimes returning with mud on his boots, his hair tousled as if he had been in the wind for too long. He was keeping secrets that curled around the edges of his smile, that flickered in his eyes when he thought no one was looking. I tried to ignore it. I tried to pretend that everything was fine. But then I found the letter. It was tucked between the pages of one of my mother's sketchbooks, hidden among rough drafts of designs she would never complete. The paper was thin, folded and refolded so many times that the creases had nearly worn through. The words were rushed, scrawled in a hand that I recognized immediately. Lyra, you need to leave. You need to take the girls and go. I don't trust him anymore. I don't trust her either. There was no signature, but I didn't need one. I knew my mother's handwriting. I knew her fear. And suddenly, I understood what had been brewing beneath the surface of our home all along. This wasn't just tension. This wasn't just another rough patch. This was a warning, and it had come too late. The days following that dinner felt different. The house, once filled with the soft glow of Lyra's stained glass and the steady rhythm of Corvus's quiet observations, now carried an unsettling undercurrent. Anya remained her usual self, oblivious to the growing tension, but Zephyr had grown more withdrawn, her usual quietness hardening into something unreadable. Serafina, too, had changed. Her presence in the house had always felt precarious, but now there was a sharpness to her, as if she were standing on the edge of something neither she nor the rest of us could fully understand. I first noticed it in the way Serafina spoke to Lyra. The warmth that had once existed between them had cooled, replaced by something clipped and formal. Lyra, who had always been patient, started keeping her distance. She had been so proud when Serafina first arrived, eager to give her a real home, a second chance. But now, the way Lyra looked at her, there was caution, even fear. One evening, I walked into the kitchen to find Lyra staring out the window, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She didn't notice me at first, lost in whatever was weighing on her mind. When she finally turned, I saw it. Hesitation, worry. "Corvus, have you noticed anything off with Serafina?" she asked. I shrugged. She's a teenager. They go through phases. Lyra frowned, not convinced. "It's more than that. She's secretive. She disappears for hours at a time, and when I ask where she's been, she either ignores me or gives me some vague answer. And the way she looks at me sometimes, like she's angry, but she won't say why." I had noticed it too, though I hadn't given it much thought. Serafina had always been a bit unpredictable, a byproduct of her difficult past. "Maybe she's just struggling with something internal," I suggested. "She's been through a lot." Lyra nodded, but she didn't look reassured. "I just have this feeling." She trailed off, staring out into the darkened yard, like something is about to happen. That night, long after Lyra had gone to bed, I found Serafina sitting alone in the living room. She was staring at the stained glass panels Lyra had been working on earlier that day, running her fingers absently over the intricate designs. "You can see the imperfections if you look closely," she murmured, not bothering to turn around. "Lyra works so hard to make everything perfect, but there are always cracks, little fractures she hopes no one notices." I stepped closer. "Something on your mind?" She finally turned to face me, her dark eyes unreadable. "Do you ever feel trapped, Corvus? Like the life you're living isn't the one you were supposed to have?" I hesitated, then sat down across from her. "Everyone feels that way sometimes." She tilted her head, studying me. "Even you?" I didn't answer right away. The truth was, I had been feeling restless for some time. My life had settled into a predictable routine, my work, my marriage, my responsibilities. There was comfort in it, but also a growing sense of confinement. It was a dangerous thought, and I wasn't sure why I was even entertaining it. Serafina smirked, as if she could sense my hesitation. I think people like us weren't meant for ordinary lives. We see the world differently. We want more. Something about the way she said it sent a shiver down my spine. And what exactly do you want, Serafina? She leaned in slightly, her expression unreadable. I want to be free. And I think you do too. The air between us felt charged with something, unspoken, something dangerous. I stood up, brushing the moment aside. It's late, you should get some sleep. She didn't argue, only watched as I walked away, her gaze lingering like a weight on my back. Over the next few weeks, the tension in the house continued to build. Lyra and Serafina's interactions became more strained. Lyra avoided being alone with her whenever she could, while Serafina seemed to revel in pushing her limits. One evening, I came home to find Lyra in her studio, hands shaking as she cleaned up broken shards of glass. What happened? I asked, stepping inside. Lyra exhaled shakily. Serafina, she got angry. Said something about how I'll never see her for who she really is. She knocked over one of my pieces on her way out. I looked at the shattered fragments at her feet, a sudden unease settling deep in my chest. Do you think she did it on purpose? Lyra hesitated, then nodded. Yes. And Corvus, I'm scared of her. I should have done something then. I should have listened. But I didn't. I told myself Lyra was overreacting, that Serafina was just a troubled girl trying to find her place in the world. I had no idea how wrong I was. The weeks following Lyra's death blurred together in a haze of police inquiries, media speculation, and tense silences that filled the Vance household. Cedar Ridge, once a town of warm familiarity, had grown cold with whispers and wary glances. People who once greeted Corvus with admiration now averted their eyes, unsure whether to pity or suspect him. Even the house itself felt different, emptier, heavier, as if Lyra's absence had sucked the warmth from the walls. Anya was quiet most days, sticking close to her aunt's side when she visited, but sometimes Corvus would find her staring at the stained glass windows, her small hands pressed against the vibrant shards. Mom was supposed to finish that one, she murmured one afternoon, pointing to an incomplete panel on the workbench. A lone heron, its neck curved elegantly, but missing its outstretched wings. Corvus nodded absent-mindedly. She was going. To add gold leafing to the edges, Anya's fingers tightened into a fist. You don't seem sad. The accusation hung between them, and for a moment, Corvus considered lying. Instead, he simply said, people grieve in different ways. But did he grieve? He certainly played the part, making himself available for police interviews, answering their questions with a carefully measured sorrow. He stood in front of the press when they came knocking, declined to speak to reporters, and made a point of holding Anya's hand in public. But when the cameras were gone and the house fell silent, he spent his night studying birds in his field journal, or meticulously cataloging Lyra's artwork, preparing them for sale. And then there was Serafina. She had barely spoken since that night. The police had questioned her multiple times, but each session ended in the same result: confusion, fragmented memories, and the repeated claim that she had blacked out. The pruning shears found in her hands had been covered in Lyra's blood, but Serafina's fingerprints were only faintly present, as if she had touched them lightly rather than wielded them. Zephyr, too, was a problem. She refused to leave her room, spending hours under her blankets, refusing meals and avoiding eye contact with Corvus entirely. She had never been close to him, but now her mistrust was palpable. Then came the autopsy report. The forensic examiner's findings contradicted Serafina's alleged involvement in one crucial way. Lyra had not died instantly. The pattern of the cuts indicated controlled, deliberate movements, the kind only possible with a level of precision Serafina lacked. The attack had been prolonged, methodical, and then there was the insurance claim. 2 days after Lyra's death, Corvus had begun liquidating her artwork and had filed a claim on her life insurance. Investigators raised an eyebrow at the speed. It's procedural, he explained when questioned. "I need the money to maintain the house and care for my daughters." The police didn't argue, but they noted the expensive bird-watching equipment he had ordered a week later. The tide began to turn when a detective from Portland arrived, Detective Rowan Mills. Unlike the others, he wasn't content with routine questioning. He sat with Serafina for hours, employing different techniques to guide her through her fractured memories. Eventually, something broke through. "I remember him," she whispered one evening. "Who?" Rowan leaned in. "Corvus. He told me. He loved me. Said Lyra was a cage I needed to be freed from." The room was still. "And the shears?" Rowan pressed. Serafina's face crumpled. I don't remember using them. I remember him holding my hands, guiding me. But I don't know if it was real or a dream." The confession sent shockwaves through the case. With Serafina's unstable mental state, the prosecution couldn't rely on her testimony alone. But the discovery of encrypted messages on Corvus's laptop, messages between him and Serafina detailing his dissatisfaction with Lyra, became the missing puzzle piece. They spoke of a future together, promises of a secluded life in the mountains, away from judgmental eyes. But once Serafina had been arrested, Corvus had severed all contact. Zephyr finally spoke the night before Corvus's arrest. She stood in the living room, her arms wrapped around herself. "You thought she wouldn't remember," she said. Corvus turned from his study, meeting her gaze. "What?" "You told Serafina what to do," she whispered. "You said it was the only way." A knock at the door ended their conversation. The police had arrived. As Corvus was led away in handcuffs, Anya stood at the top of the stairs, her small figure outlined against the dim hallway light. She didn't cry, didn't speak. She simply watched. The house, once filled with Lyra's colors, now stood in the dull glow of a setting sun, its secrets finally brought into the light. The trial of Corvus Vance began on a crisp October morning, nearly 7 months after Lyra's death. The courtroom was packed with reporters, former colleagues, and neighbors who had once held the Vance family in high regard. Now they sat in uneasy silence, waiting to hear the truth behind the tragedy that had shattered Cedar Ridge. Anya and Zephyr were not present. Anya was living with Lyra's sister away from the chaos, and Zephyr had refused to testify, choosing instead to remain with Corvus's estranged brother in Portland. The burden of recounting the crime fell to the prosecution, their star witness, Serafina Thorne. She entered the courtroom looking frail but determined. Months of therapy had helped her recall fragments of that night, enough to implicate Corvus, but not enough to absolve herself entirely. The defense tried to paint her as an unreliable witness, a mentally unstable young woman who had latched onto Corvus as a father figure and lover. But when the prosecution presented the encrypted messages, Corvus's own words encouraging her, manipulating her, planning with her, the jury saw past the defense's tactics. "I wanted to believe he loved me," Serafina said, her voice shaking. "I wanted to believe he meant what he said about running away together. But when they arrested me, he never even looked back. He left me there." Corvus sat stiffly at the defendant's table, his expression unreadable. He had pleaded not guilty, of course claiming that any inappropriate relationship with Serafina was fabricated, and that he had no role in Lyra's murder. But the prosecution's evidence painted a damning picture, one of a man who had grown tired of his marriage, who had preyed on a vulnerable girl, and who had orchestrated a brutal crime with cold calculation. A chilling detail emerged from the forensic evidence: the careful, controlled nature of Lyra's wounds. The cuts, precise and deliberate, did not match the erratic violence of someone in a dissociative state. They matched someone who knew exactly what they were doing. And though Serafina had been found with the shears, the pattern of the injuries suggested that she had been guided, her hand placed on the weapon but not the one truly wielding it. The prosecution called in a forensic psychiatrist who had spent weeks evaluating Serafina. He explained how Corvus had groomed her, how he had exploited her fragile mental state, how he had convinced her that Lyra's death was the only way for them to be free. He isolated her. He reinforced her dependence on him. And when the time came, he ensured she was the one holding the weapon so that, in the eyes of the law, she would take the blame. The courtroom was silent as the final piece of evidence was presented. Financial records showing Corvus's swift attempts to claim Lyra's life insurance. Within hours of her death, before her body had even been removed from the studio, he had been making calls. The verdict was swift. Corvus Vance was found guilty on all counts: manipulation, conspiracy to commit aggravated homicide, and first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. The judge called his actions a calculated betrayal of trust, and an example of how manipulation can be just as lethal as any weapon. Serafina was also sentenced, life imprisonment, but with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Her role in the crime, though coerced, could not be ignored. She wept as the sentence was read, her fingers gripping the edge of the table, but she did not argue. Outside the courthouse, reporters clamored for statements, but none came. Cedar Ridge, once charmed by the Vance family, had no words left for them. In the months that followed, the Vance home was abandoned. Lyra's stained glass remained unfinished, covered in dust. The town tried to move on, but some wounds never fully heal. Anya, in a rare interview for a documentary years later, was asked if she ever forgave Serafina. She looked into the camera, her face unreadable. "She wrote me letters from prison," she said. "I never read them." The interviewer hesitated. "Do you think she regrets what she did?" Anya's gaze was cold. "Regret doesn't bring my mother back." And with that, the story of the Vance family came to its tragic end. They call me Corvus the Veiled Thorn, but I have no birth certificate, no social security number, no recorded existence. My name is only spoken in hushed tones, whispered between criminals and law enforcement alike. I have built an empire. Without a face, my hands never directly touching the crimes I orchestrate. A specter in the underworld, I am the architect of suffering, the maestro of exploitation, and until now, I have never made a mistake. I began as an observer, a shadow on the outskirts of crime. I learned from the failures of others, the arrogance of kingpins who thought they were untouchable, the recklessness of dealers who let their egos overshadow their caution. I watched them fall and took notes. The trick was never to be seen. No flashy cars, no mansions, no Instagram models lounging in my lap. That was the downfall of men who mistook wealth for power. Real power was invisibility, a name that inspired fear without a face to pin it to. My empire started in the jungles of South America, where the raw product of the drug trade was cultivated. At first, I was a simple facilitator, moving cargo for others, learning the logistics of illicit transportation. But I saw the bigger picture. The product itself was secondary. The real power lay in the roots, the pathways where contraband moved undetected. So I took control of the roots. Smuggling wasn't just about hiding things. It was about owning the very systems that were meant to prevent it. I bribed customs officials in 3 continents before I ever handled a shipment myself. By the time I moved my first kilogram of heroin, I already owned the docks it passed through. By the time I moved my first shipment of people, I had already bought the politicians who would turn a blind eye. I learned that people, more than drugs, were the ultimate commodity. Drugs are consumed and depleted. But human beings? They can be used over and over again, each transaction yielding a new profit. The desperation of war refugees, the economic migrants seeking a better life, the lost and the addicted, all of them had a price tag. And I set those prices. From the favelas of Brazil to the shipping yards of Hong Kong, my influence spread. The media called it a modern slavery crisis. They thought it was disorganized, a collection of fragmented cartels and gangs. They had no idea it was me, orchestrating it all from the shadows. The brilliance of my system was its design. I didn't have underlings who could rat me out because none of them even knew who they worked for. Everything was compartmentalized, cells operating independently, communication filtered through layers of encryption. I moved my money through a labyrinth of shell companies, funneled through front businesses ranging from agricultural exports to high-end art dealerships. To law enforcement, I was an enigma. They chased fragments, intercepting single shipments, arresting low-level operatives, celebrating small victories that barely scratched the surface of my empire. Every takedown they made, I adapted. Every new regulation they passed, I found a loophole. For years, I was unstoppable. I was legend. But every legend has a turning point. Mine came in the form of a single loose thread, a shipment in Texas, intercepted at the border. It was supposed to be a routine move, agricultural equipment. From Mexico, a perfect cover. But inside, beneath crates of farm machinery, lay something unexpected. Fentanyl. A lot of it. This was not my doing. I never allowed random shipments. Every move I made was calculated, precise. But someone had gone rogue, deviating from my system. And now the DEA had a reason to look closer. That was my first mistake. I had let my network grow too large, too unwieldy. I had built something so powerful that even I was beginning to lose control over it. And in my world, control was everything. As I sat in a dimly lit room scrolling through intercepted reports on an encrypted server, I felt something I had not felt in years, an unease creeping into my bones. It was the first hint of vulnerability, the first whisper of a shadow that was no longer mine. The hunt had begun, and for the first time, I wasn't sure if I was the predator or the prey. They say every empire begins with a single step and crumbles with a single mistake. Corvus Thorne had spent decades refining his network, ensuring that every cog in the machine functioned flawlessly. Yet in the world of crime, control was an illusion, one that, if broken, led to a rapid descent. The first crack appeared in Miami. It was an insignificant lead at first. A routine customs inspection on a container ship flagged for a minor irregularity. U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents trained to spot inconsistencies noticed discrepancies in the shipping manifests of an agricultural equipment company based in Oaxaca, Mexico. A deeper search revealed a concealed cargo beneath layers of farming tools. Young women, 36 of them, drugged, shackled, and barely conscious. The case was immediately handed over to Homeland Security investigations. What seemed like an isolated incident quickly unraveled into something much bigger. The container's paperwork was pristine, the kind that had slipped through the system countless times before. But the insignia on one of the crates bore a marking that connected it to a much larger web, one known among law enforcement as the Serpent's Shadow. It was a name uttered in hushed tones by traffic survivors, whispered by those who had managed to escape the unrelenting grasp of Thorne's network. But until now, it had been nothing more than a myth, a legend woven by criminal syndicates. There was no tangible evidence, no clear leadership structure, only fear. FBI agent Daniel Keller had been hunting ghosts for years, piecing together scraps of intelligence, listening to informants who provided more riddles than answers. He had dedicated his career to dismantling human trafficking syndicates, and the moment he saw the markings on the Miami shipment, he knew they had stumbled upon something monumental. "We found a crack," Keller told his team in Washington, D.C., "and we're going to pry it wide open." Over the next few weeks, investigators followed the breadcrumbs. They tracked the ship's movements from Mexico, then to a layover in Colombia, where it had made an undocumented stop. From there, digital forensics uncovered a chain of offshore accounts linked to shell companies in Panama, Hong Kong, and Switzerland, all linked to the same shadowy figure. The money trail led them to a man named Diego Morales, a mid-tier logistics coordinator with known connections to Central American cartels. Morales, they realized, had been overseeing the movement of high-value shipments, human lives included. They suspected he was a crucial piece of the puzzle, but like all operatives, in Thorne's network he was insulated by layers of deception. Morales wouldn't talk. He had more reason to fear his employer than he did the authorities. That changed when an assassin's bullet found him in a roadside cafe in Bogotá. A clean headshot. No witnesses. By the time local law enforcement arrived, Morales's phone had already been wiped remotely. The message was clear. Thorn had discovered the leak and was severing ties before anyone could pull the thread further. But what Thorn didn't realize was that Keller had already anticipated this move. The moment Morales had been identified, law enforcement had begun monitoring his digital footprint. One single oversight, a failed login attempt to an encrypted account, had given them their next lead. The encryption key was traced to a high-end financial firm in Zurich, a company that had processed nearly $200 million in transactions under various business aliases. Investigators were closing in, and Thorn's once impenetrable system was beginning to unravel. Corvus Thorn had always maintained a level of detachment. He never handled shipments directly, never made the transactions himself. He operated as a phantom, ensuring that if one piece of the puzzle fell, it would not expose the whole picture. But for the first time in years, he felt something unfamiliar: pressure. The death of Morales had been necessary, a warning to anyone who might think of cooperating. But it also meant that someone had gotten close, too close. His trusted inner circle was growing uneasy, questioning whether their anonymity was still intact. Thorn knew what had to be done: a full restructuring. He needed to burn the bridges that led back to him, cut off dead weight, and disappear into the fog once more. The FBI had a lead, but leads meant nothing if they couldn't connect the dots before he vanished. Still, in the back of his mind, there was a gnawing thought. Had he made his first real mistake? By the time 2021 rolled around, Corvus Thorn's name had evolved from a whispered legend to an urgent classified priority within law enforcement circles. He was no longer just a ghostly figure in the criminal underworld. He was the storm looming over every major investigation into human trafficking, narcotics, and organized crime across multiple continents. He had become the face of an invisible empire, and yet despite the mounting evidence, he remained just out of reach. The problem wasn't lack of knowledge. We knew what he was doing. We had pieced together his network from the breadcrumbs left behind by lower-level arrests and seized shipments. His routes had been mapped. Illicit human cargo moved through Mexican border crossings disguised as agricultural workers, fentanyl-laced heroin distributed through nondescript warehouses in Miami, and multi-million-dollar cryptocurrency transactions, feeding an underground empire that stretched from Brazil to Hong Kong. But Corvus himself? A ghost, a phantom, a shadow that evaded every grasp. Until we caught a break. It started with a low-level courier in Marseille. The French authorities had been tracking an encrypted messaging hub frequented by cartel brokers, and in the course of one seemingly routine raid, they pulled in a courier with ties to Thorn's network. He was low on the totem pole, but fear had already eaten through him like rot through old wood. When they pressed him, he caved. He wasn't just another disposable cog in the machine. He was a message runner, a link in the communications chain between cartel lieutenants and the man who sat atop it all. And in his desperation to save himself, he gave us something precious, an access point into Thorn's world, a drop site. Bogota, Colombia. We moved fast. The DEA, working with Interpol and local Colombian authorities, set up surveillance around the designated location, a high-rise penthouse in the heart of the city, owned under an alias connected to a shell company traced back to one of Thorn's financial laundromats. We didn't expect to find the man himself. He was far too careful for that. But what we did find was the next best thing. Inside that penthouse, Colombian authorities arrested Dario El Cuervo Mendoza, a high-ranking enforcer for Thorn's network. Mendoza was Thorn's right hand in South America, a brutal fixer responsible for maintaining order within the lower ranks and overseeing the transport of human cargo through the jungle routes. He was also, to our luck, the kind of man who valued self-preservation over loyalty. Under the right conditions, he talked. What he told us changed the course of the investigation entirely. Mendoza confirmed what we had long suspected. Thorn's operations were bigger than even our most aggressive estimates. His hands were everywhere, from sweatshops in Malaysia where trafficked women were forced to work in silence, to black market clinics in Eastern Europe where stolen organs were exchanged for Bitcoin. His empire was decentralized, structured in such a way that even if one cell collapsed, the others would continue running seamlessly. But then Mendoza gave us something more. A meeting. Not with Thorne himself, he was too smart for that, but with a man known as the Harbor Master, the chief logistics officer of the trafficking routes that funneled humans, drugs, and weapons through the ports of Los Angeles, New Orleans, and Miami. This was our chance. If we could take the Harbor Master, we could begin dismantling Thorne's distribution network, piece by piece. The meeting was set to take place in Panama City, in an exclusive, members-only gentlemen's club used by cartel elites to broker high-stakes deals away from prying eyes. We had to move quickly, carefully. The operation was greenlit within hours, and by the following evening, an international task force was in place. We had eyes inside the club, wiretaps on the surrounding area, and a strike team on standby. The moment the Harbor Master sat down to conduct business, we moved. The takedown was surgical, swift. In under 3 minutes, we had the man in custody, along with 2 of his top operatives. But as we pulled him from the club, something happened. Something we hadn't anticipated. He laughed, not the nervous laugh of a man caught off guard, not the manic laugh of someone who had lost everything. No, this was something else. Something colder, more calculated. "You don't understand," he said, his voice oddly calm. "You're not hunting Corvus Thorne. He's hunting you." A chill ran down my spine. For the first time since the operation began, I wondered if we were the ones being played. And then, my phone buzzed. A single message sent from an encrypted source we had no way of tracing. "Nice try, but you're still 2 steps behind." Thorne knew. He had known all along, and just like that, the hunter became the hunted. By the time law enforcement had managed to crack even a fraction of Thorne's network, he was already adapting. Every move the authorities made, he countered with ruthless efficiency. The seizures of his shipments in Texas and Miami had slowed his operation, but they had not broken it. If anything, they had made him more dangerous. He knew now that the hunt for him was reaching a critical stage, and in response he tightened the circle around him, eliminating anyone who could compromise his empire. The first to go was Javier Mendez, a mid-level operative who had been arrested in Texas. Before the authorities could move him to a secure location for further interrogation, Mendez was found dead in his holding cell, an apparent suicide. The guards swore they had seen nothing, but the reality was clear. Thorne had gotten to him first. It sent a chilling message to anyone within his network. Talk, and you die. His money laundering operations were shifting as well. The agricultural front in Mexico had already been exposed, so Thorne funneled resources into Eastern Europe, where financial oversight was weaker. Cryptocurrency mixers, offshore banking, havens and shell corporations layered upon shell corporations ensured that his wealth remained untouchable. Even with international law enforcement agencies working in unison, he was always a step ahead. But there were cracks forming. The DEA, working alongside Interpol, had managed to flip a key accountant who handled a fraction of Thorne's transactions. The information led them to a safe house in Buenos Aires, a supposed rendezvous point for his inner circle. When a SWAT team raided the location, they found something chilling: an execution room, chains hung from the ceiling, floors stained with old blood, and a single chair in the center, bolts drilled into the floor. This was where Thorne punished traitors. The bodies they uncovered in a mass grave behind the house were the remains of men and women who had either failed him or posed a liability. The forensic team worked tirelessly, but one thing was clear. Some of these people had once been high-ranking figures in his organization. Thorne was purging his own ranks to ensure silence. While his human trafficking operations remained largely intact, his drug supply lines were beginning to crumble. The fentanyl shipment losses had hit him hard, forcing him to shift production deeper into the jungles of South America. The problem, however, was that law enforcement was now actively hunting his labs. A raid in Venezuela uncovered an entire facility: chemists, security teams, even enslaved workers who had been forced to manufacture his poison. The world was watching, and for the first time in years, cracks were showing in Thorne's empire. Still, he refused to flee. Unlike other crime lords who had fallen before him, Thorn did not rely on a single base of operations. He was fluid, a ghost moving through the chaos. He spent no more than a week in any one location, constantly shifting between safe houses in Singapore, Moscow, and Johannesburg. He communicated only through encrypted channels, his true location known only to his most trusted lieutenants. But even those lieutenants were beginning to feel the pressure. Two of them, Anselmo Ruiz and Victor Salgado, had been captured within the span of a month. Ruiz, a key logistics coordinator, had been found hiding in Portugal. Under threat of extradition to the United States and facing multiple life sentences, he folded. He revealed details on Thorn's smuggling routes, cargo ships disguised as humanitarian aid vessels, private jets flying under diplomatic clearance, and even submarines repurposed for drug transport. Salgado was a different case. When Interpol operatives stormed his villa in Bali, he chose a different fate. Rather than be taken alive, he detonated a grenade, taking himself and 2 agents with him. The message was clear. Thorn's people would rather die than betray him. But despite their loyalty, the noose was tightening. The world was closing in on Corvus Thorn, and for the first time, he knew it. He had built an empire from the shadows, but shadows could only provide so much protection. The hunters were getting closer, and the inevitable endgame was approaching. His next move would determine everything. Either he would disappear forever, slipping into the abyss as nothing more than a legend, or he would make a final stand, unleashing chaos on an unprecedented scale. Either way, blood would be spilled. They say even the most elusive shadows can't outrun the dawn forever. Corvus Thorn had built his empire on deception, fear, and a meticulous web of control. But as I sat in the heart of the task force headquarters, poring over satellite images, encrypted financial transactions, and intercepted messages, I knew we had finally cornered him. The breakthrough had come unexpectedly. One of his trusted lieutenants, a man known only as Esteban, had grown careless. His wife, unaware of the weight her husband carried, had confided in her sister about his sudden bouts of paranoia, the hidden burner phones, the whispers of something going down soon. That small leak led us to a private airstrip in Guatemala, a transit hub where trafficked victims were moved like cargo, their destinations ranging from underground brothels in Europe to forced labor camps in Asia. We had him now. We just needed to tighten the net. The takedown had to be executed with surgical precision. Thorn didn't operate alone. His network was a hydra, with each severed head replaced by another. If we went in too soon, he'd slip away, disappearing, into the abyss of the underworld once more. If we waited too long, more lives would be lost. We worked with international agencies, tracking Thorn's movements through his digital fingerprints, shell companies shifting funds at 3 a.m., bursts of encrypted messages bouncing between Singapore and Sao Paulo. Everything pointed to a fortified estate in the Honduran jungle, a compound rumored to be his sanctuary. The decision was made. A joint strike team, consisting of DEA, Interpol, and local authorities, was deployed. It was risky. Thorn had mercenaries, ex-military operatives, trained to kill without hesitation, but we couldn't afford to hesitate either. I was embedded with the team, watching the final hours of Corvus Thorn's reign unfold in real time through night vision feeds and tactical updates. We moved in under the cover of darkness. Drones hovered over the compound, feeding us real-time intelligence. The first breach was clean. We disabled the outer perimeter without raising alarms. Then all hell broke loose. Gunfire erupted as Thorn's men fought back. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning gunpowder and sweat. We advanced room by room, clearing out pockets of resistance. Amidst the chaos, I kept my eyes on the monitors, searching for him. Then we found him. A hidden passage led to a subterranean bunker, walls lined with encrypted drives, cache stacks, and an arsenal fit for a small war. Thorn was there, seated, behind a mahogany desk, eerily calm as the laser sights of 6 rifles painted his chest. "You took your time," he murmured, his lips curling into a smirk. He knew it was over. No last-minute escapes, no dramatic shootouts, just the end of an era of suffering he had orchestrated. Thorn was extracted under heavy security, flown to a black site facility where interrogations began. His network crumbled. Overnight, bank accounts were frozen, corrupt officials arrested, supply chains severed. Survivors, men, women, and children who had been mere commodities in his empire, were freed, though their scars, both physical and psychological, would never fully fade. The media called it the fall of the Veiled One. Some hailed it as the most significant victory against global trafficking in decades. Others whispered that Thorne had contingency plans, that his arrest was merely a sacrifice in a much larger game. But I knew better. Sitting across from him in an interrogation room, days later I saw it, the flicker of recognition, the knowledge that his time was up. He may have built an empire, but now he was nothing more than a man in shackles, a relic of a dying era. As I left the room, the weight of the last 3 years finally settled on my shoulders. Justice had been served, but the war wasn't over. There would always be another shadow waiting to rise, another serpent lurking in the dark. But for now, Corvus Thorne, the Veiled One, was no longer among them. Seattle had always been a city of lights, neon signs reflecting off rain-slicked streets, skyscrapers glowing against the dark sky, constellations man-made and celestial alike. But on the night of June 17, 2003, one of its brightest lights was extinguished. My name is Detective Lyra Corvus. I've been with the Seattle Police Department for 12 years, long enough to know that no murder is ever as simple as it seems. When I got the call about a body found along the Burke-Gilman Trail, I knew we were in for a long, twisted investigation. The crime scene was eerily quiet. A thick morning fog rolled in from the Puget Sound, swallowing the blue and red lights of the patrol cars. The victim, a young woman, lay sprawled on the damp earth beneath a street lamp, her auburn hair fanned out like a halo. Her eyes, frozen open in terror, stared blankly at the sky. The only sign of violence was the deep, angry bruising around her neck. Serafina Ethelgard, 23 years old, astrophysics student at the University of Washington, a girl with the universe at her fingertips cut down before she even had a chance to reach for the stars. I crouched beside her, the chill of the pavement seeping into my knees. Her belongings were scattered, textbooks, a phone, a leather-bound journal. No signs of sexual assault, no defensive wounds. Whoever had done this had caught her off guard or had known exactly how to silence her. As the forensics team moved in, I turned to the officer on duty. "Who found her?" "A jogger. Woman named Rachel Kwan. She called it in at 4:36 a.m. The officer rubbed his neck. "She was pretty shaken up. Said she nearly tripped over the body." I exhaled, my breath fogging in. The early morning air. "Any witnesses? Surveillance cameras?" He shook his head. "Not much to go on. The area's pretty isolated this time of night. No cameras, no security footage. Whoever did this picked their spot well." I nodded and glanced at the sky. A few faint stars still clung to the dawn. Somewhere out there, Serafina had studied. These very constellations charted their movements, calculated their mysteries. But now the greatest mystery of all was what had happened to her. The first step was getting to know Serafina, not just as a victim, but as a person. I visited her apartment near campus, a small but tidy space she shared with two roommates, Emily Novak and Layla Ramirez. They looked at me with wary, bloodshot eyes, their grief raw and unfiltered. "Serafina she was the best of us," Emily said, clutching a coffee mug like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. "She was brilliant, kind, always pushing us to be better." Layla nodded. "She had this way of making you believe in things, in yourself, in the universe, in the idea that everything had meaning." I let them talk, scribbling notes. "Did she have any enemies? Someone who might have wanted to hurt her?" They exchanged a look. Layla hesitated. "Not exactly an enemy, but her ex, Branwyn Reese, he didn't take the breakup well." Branwyn Reese. I jotted the name down. "How bad was it?" Emily set down, her mug with a thud. "He was obsessed with her. always showing up unannounced, trying to convince her to get back together. It got to the point where she started carrying pepper spray. That set off an alarm in my head. Did she ever report him? No, Layla whispered. She thought he'd eventually move on, but he didn't, I thought grimly. I thanked them and left with a gnawing suspicion in my gut. Branwen Reese was easy to find. He lived in a cramped studio off Capitol Hill, a place that smelled like stale beer and unwashed laundry. He answered the door shirtless, eyes puffy, a cigarette dangling from his lips. You're here about Serafina, aren't you? Mind, if I come in? I asked, flashing my badge. He shrugged and stepped aside. The apartment was a mess, papers scattered across the table, half-eaten takeout containers stacked in the sink. I spotted a photo of Serafina on the fridge, her smiling face circled with a shaky black pen. When was the last time you saw her? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. Branwen took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled slowly. Few days ago. She said she never wanted to see me again. And how did you feel about that? His jaw clenched. How do you think? I loved her, but she was done with me, so I had to deal with it. Where were you last night between midnight and 4 a.m.? He scoffed. At home, drinking, alone. Not a solid alibi. Anyone who can confirm that? Nope. That was going to be a problem for him. As I left, I glanced back at the apartment door. Something about Branwen felt off, but gut instincts weren't enough. I needed evidence. Back at the station, I dug deeper. Surveillance footage showed Branwen near the Burke-Gilman Trail around 2 a.m., long before Serafina's body was discovered. His alibi was already cracking. Then came the second surprise, a name that shouldn't have been connected to this case. Professor Jareth Thorne. I tapped my pen against my desk. 2 men. One a scorned lover, the other a respected academic, and Serafina caught in between. The case had just gotten a whole lot more complicated, and I had a feeling we were only scratching the surface. I stood outside the University of Washington's physics building, staring up at its imposing structure. The institution represented knowledge and ambition, yet somewhere within its walls lay secrets. Secrets that might explain why Serafina Ethelgard was dead. The cold Seattle air carried a dampness that clung to my coat, a stark contrast to the heat of the pressure building in this case. The university was my next stop. If I wanted to understand Serafina, I had to start where she spent most of her time. Her world revolved around astrophysics, a universe far removed from the violence that had ended her life. Inside, the hallway buzzed with students rushing to, and from classes, unaware of, or unwilling to acknowledge, the dark cloud hanging over their campus. I navigated past the distracted masses until I found Professor Jareth Thorne's office. The door was ajar and he sat at his desk, eyes flicking between his laptop screen and a stack of papers. Detective Corvus, I announced, stepping inside. His sharp blue eyes darted up, momentarily clouded with something. Unease, irritation, or perhaps something darker. Detective, he greeted coolly. I was expecting you. I took a seat without waiting for an invitation. You were Serafina's mentor? He leaned back in his chair. That's correct. She was one of my most promising students. She was more than that, wasn't she? His brow furrowed. I'm not sure what you mean. I placed my notepad on the desk, watching his reaction closely. Some of her classmates suggested you were particularly invested in her future. Favoritism, or something more. Jareth's fingers twitched. Serafina was talented. It was natural for me to guide her. Some students believe your mentorship went beyond academics, I pressed. They mentioned rumors of an inappropriate relationship. His face hardened. Lies. I had nothing but professional admiration for her. Then how do you explain a series of late-night calls between you two? I flipped through my notes, multiple times in the last month, including the night before she died. She was anxious about her research, he replied quickly. She reached out to me for guidance. Would you say you were protective of her? He hesitated. I wanted to see her succeed. Enough to keep her quiet about something. His expression darkened. I don't like what you're implying, Detective. I met his gaze evenly. I don't like that she's dead, and I certainly don't like that you sent a large sum of money to an offshore account shortly before her murder. His jaw tightened. That transaction was for research purposes. Care to explain why there's no documentation supporting that? Before he could answer, a knock at the door interrupted us. A young woman, a teaching assistant based on her name badge, peered in. "Professor Thorne, I need your— Oh, I'm sorry." She hesitated, eyeing me warily. I took the opportunity to stand. "We'll continue this conversation later." I left the office, Thorne's presence lingering in my mind. He was hiding something. I just didn't know what yet. Outside, I dialed my partner, Detective Marin. "Any updates on Branwen Reese?" I asked as I navigated back toward my car. "He's not talking," Marin replied, "but his alibi has cracks. The timeline doesn't match up." I slid into the driver's seat. "I don't think Serafina's murder was random, Marin. Too many threads connecting her to Thorne and Branwen. We need to pull harder." "What's next?" I exhaled, gripping the steering wheel. "We bring Branwen in." The interrogation room was a stark contrast to the lively university halls I'd walked through earlier. Branwen Reese sat across from me, his posture tense, his arms crossed over his chest. His brown eyes burned with frustration. "Tell me about your relationship with Serafina," I began. His jaw clenched. "We were together, then we weren't. How did you take the breakup?" He scoffed. "How do you think?" "I think you didn't take it well," I said. "People said you were possessive, that you wouldn't accept it was over." Branwen's nostrils flared. "That's bullshit. I loved her." "So much that you followed her the night she died?" His body stiffened. "I wasn't there." "Surveillance footage places you near the Burke-Gilman trail," I said, watching his reaction carefully. "What were you doing there?" His fingers twitched. A long pause, then a sigh. "I went to see her, but she didn't want to talk." "So you forced the conversation?" His eyes narrowed. "No." "Then what happened?" He swallowed hard. "She walked away. I let her go." I tapped my pen against my notepad. "You expect me to believe that?" He glared at me but said nothing. His silence was enough. I leaned in. "The evidence is piling up, Branwen. You were there. You had motive. And you weren't the only one." His brows furrowed. "What does that mean?" I stood. "It means I'm not done yet." As I walked out of the interrogation room, I felt the pieces of the puzzle shifting into place. But something still wasn't right. Branwen wasn't innocent. But was he the only one guilty? I had a feeling there was still another shadow lurking, in Seattle's darkest constellation. The deeper I dug into Serafina Ethelgard's life, the more tangled the web became. Each piece of evidence painted a picture of a young woman trapped in a silent storm, a storm fueled by obsession, power, and fear. I sat in my office, the dim glow of my desk lamp barely illuminating the files spread out before me. Photos of Serafina, her bright smile, her eyes full of wonder, stared back at me. I had seen too many cases like this. A woman full of promise, taken down by the darkness lurking in the corners of her world. Branwen Reese had become my primary focus. His alibi was thin, his demeanor erratic. Witnesses painted him as a man on the edge, one who couldn't accept the end of his relationship with Serafina. When questioned, he was defensive, his fingers twitching as he spoke. His stories contradicted each other. One moment he claimed he hadn't seen Serafina in weeks, then later, he admitted to running into her the day before she was killed. Surveillance footage placed Branwen near the Burke-Gilman trail on the night of the murder. His excuse? A late-night walk to clear his head. But why did his walk just happen to take him to the very place Serafina was killed? He had no answer. Then there was Jareth Thorne. The man exuded arrogance, the kind that came with years of authority unchecked. He denied any inappropriate relationship with Serafina, but students whispered rumors of favoritism, of private meetings behind closed doors. I found an old complaint filed against him by another student years ago. Accusations of inappropriate Advances hushed up and buried under bureaucracy. The evidence against both men was mounting, but nothing was definitive. That changed when we discovered the messages. Phone records showed that Branwen and Jareth had exchanged multiple texts in the days leading up to Serafina's murder. At first glance, the messages seemed innocuous, brief exchanges about meeting up. But the timestamps told another story, messages sent in the dead of night just hours before Serafina's death. When confronted, Branwen turned pale. Jareth, ever the composed academic, scoffed and dismissed it as a coincidence. I wasn't buying it. We secured a warrant for Branwen's apartment. What we found only deepened the suspicion. Stuffed in the back of his closet was a length of mountaineering rope, the same distinctive kind that had left fibers on Serafina's clothing. Blood had dried into its fibers. Testing would confirm whether it belonged to Serafina, but in my gut I already knew the answer. Jareth's office yielded even more damning evidence, a journal hidden in a locked drawer. It wasn't the meticulous notes of an astrophysics professor. It was something far more disturbing. Pages upon pages fixated on Serafina, descriptions of their conversations, what she wore, how she moved. Some entries bordered on delusional, framing their relationship as something deeper, something that, to Serafina, never existed. One entry in particular sent a chill down my spine. She doesn't see it yet, but she will. She belongs with me. She just needs to understand. My hands clenched as I read the words. This wasn't just mentorship. This was possession. Jareth Thorne believed Serafina was his, and when she refused, she became a problem that needed solving. It was no longer a question of whether Branwen and Jareth were involved. It was a matter of how deeply. Branwen's involvement seemed emotional, fueled by rejection and jealousy. But Jareth, his was calculated, the work of a man used to controlling those around him. We called them both in for questioning again. This time, we pressed harder. Branwen cracked first. His hands trembled as he spoke, his words spilling out in a frantic confession. He had met with Jareth the night before the murder. Jareth convinced him that Serafina had ruined them both. Branwen's love turned to dust. Jareth's career at risk of exposure. Jareth fed Branwen's rage, stoked the fire of his resentment. He provided the rope, told Branwen where to wait, how to make it look like a random attack. But when Branwen hesitated, when he faltered, Jareth stepped in. Jareth told me she had to go. Branwen whispered. He said there was no other way. Jareth remained silent as we laid out the evidence, as Branwen's words condemned him. Even as we cuffed him, his expression was cold, emotionless, as if none of it mattered. But it did. It mattered to Serafina. It mattered to the people who loved her. And it mattered to me. As we led Jareth away, I looked down at the photo of Serafina on my desk one last time. Justice wouldn't bring her back, but it would ensure the men who took her life would never hurt another woman again. And in the end, that was the only victory left to claim. The weight of the case pressed down on me as I sat in my office, staring at the collection of notes, crime scene photos, and forensic reports spread across my desk. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Serafina's lifeless face, her future stolen by the hands of someone who believed they had the right to snuff it out. But who? I was getting closer, but I needed something definitive, something that wouldn't just suggest guilt but would prove it beyond doubt. Branwen Reese and Jareth Thorne were both tangled in Serafina's life. Their actions steeped in suspicion, their alibis weak, their motives clear. But did they work together? Or was one of them the true killer while the other was just another lost soul caught in the web? I couldn't afford to make assumptions. The evidence needed to speak for itself. A break came late that afternoon when forensics confirmed that the rope fibers found on Serafina's clothing were identical to those found in Jareth Thorne's office. Coarse, weathered fibers from a specialized climbing rope. Jareth had lied about his last interactions with Serafina, and now we had proof that he had access to the very rope used to restrain her. I picked up the phone and dialed my partner, Detective James Calloway. We need to bring Jareth in. Now. Within the hour, we were knocking on Jareth's door. He opened it cautiously, his face drawn, dark circles beneath his eyes betraying his lack of sleep. He knew why we were there. "I already told you everything I know," he said, voice tight as he stepped aside. I studied him for a moment. His hands were shaking. Was it fear or guilt? "We have forensic evidence tying you to Serafina's murder, Jareth. It's over." For a moment I thought he might faint. He sank into the couch, burying his face in his hands. "I didn't kill her," he murmured. "But I—" He stopped, as if realizing he'd said too much. "You what?" I pushed, my voice sharp. "You were involved." "How?" Jareth exhaled shakily. "Branwen. He was obsessed with her. I knew that. I tried to warn her." He looked up at me, his eyes desperate, searching for understanding. "He came to me the night before she died. Said he needed to talk, said he needed help." "What kind of help?" He was frantic, pacing, saying she ruined his life, that he couldn't take it anymore. He asked me about the rope, the same rope I use for climbing. He asked if it was strong enough to hold someone back. I thought he was just talking, just venting. I never thought he'd actually... Jareth swallowed hard. The next morning I heard she was dead. Calloway crossed his arms. "Why didn't you come to us with this before?" Jareth let out a humorless laugh. "Because I knew how it looked. She was my student, people already whispered about us, and the rope, I didn't want to get blamed for something I didn't do." I wanted to believe him. His story fit, but it didn't clear him completely. "You were seen on the Burke-Gilman Trail that night, Jareth. What were you doing there?" His lips pressed together, eyes darting between Calloway and me. "I followed. Branwen," he admitted after a long pause. "He called me, said he needed to see her one last time. I told him to let it go, but he wouldn't listen. I was afraid of what he'd do, so I went after him." My pulse quickened. "Did you see him kill her?" Jareth shook his head. "No. By the time I got there, it was too late. She was on the ground, lifeless, and he was just standing there, staring at her like he couldn't believe what he'd done." His voice broke. "I ran. I should have called the cops, but I panicked. I was scared they'd think I did it." I studied him carefully, weighing his words. He wasn't innocent, not by a long shot, but I knew he wasn't the one who had strangled Serafina in the dark that night. Branwen Reese was the killer. We left Jareth's apartment with a warrant already in the works. There was no doubt now. Branwen's obsession had turned deadly, and he had manipulated Jareth into silence. But I knew Branwen wouldn't go quietly. We had one chance to take him down before he vanished for good. As we drove toward Branwen's last known location, I felt the case tightening around us. We were almost there, but the worst part of any case is the end, the confrontation, the moment when a cornered animal lashes out, desperate to escape. I had no doubt Branwen would fight, and I was ready for him. The morning of the trial arrived, with a heavy sky, thick with the kind of clouds that threatened rain but never quite delivered. The courthouse was a stark contrast to the storm brewing outside, fluorescent lights humming overhead, polished floors reflecting the unease of those who walked them. I sat in the gallery, hands wrapped around a cup of burnt coffee, my gaze never straying far from the courtroom doors. This was it. The moment we had worked for, the moment justice for Serafina would either be secured or slip away into the cracks of the system. Branwen Reese entered first, his once proud posture reduced to a mere shell of its former self. His dark eyes darted around the room, searching for some form of salvation he would not find. He wore a suit that didn't quite fit him, his hands bound in front of him like a caged animal waiting for judgment. Jareth Thorne followed, his composure far more intact, though his lips pressed into a thin line, his jaw rigid. I had seen his type before, men who believed themselves untouchable, their intellect shielding them from consequence. Today I was determined to prove otherwise. The prosecution laid out the case methodically, each piece of evidence stacking like bricks in an unassailable wall. The surveillance footage, the phone records, the damning fiber evidence. The pieces fell into place with an almost mathematical precision. It was one thing to suspect, another to see it laid bare under the unrelenting glare of truth. Branwen's defense attempted to paint him as a scorned lover, a man who had simply lost control, in a moment of passion, temporary insanity, they called it. The jury remained impassive. I knew they saw what I did, a man who had calculated, who had acted not in blind rage, but with intent. Jareth's defense leaned into his academic stature, claiming he had no true involvement in Serafina's death, that his relationship with Branwen was nothing more than unfortunate coincidence. But the messages between them told another story: coercion, manipulation, and above all, complicity. The offshore account, the coded messages, he had known. He had helped orchestrate it, and for that, he would answer. When the verdicts were read, the silence that followed was heavier than the weight of the rain now falling against the courthouse windows. Guilty, Branwen Reese. Guilty of first-degree murder. Life without parole. Jareth Thorne. Guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. A lesser charge, but a conviction nonetheless. 25 years. The gavel fell, and with it, so did the last remnants of the lives they had tried so hard to preserve. Branwen's face contorted in something between disbelief and anger, his lips moving in unheard curses. Jareth simply closed, his eyes, his head dipping forward as though the weight of it all had finally settled on his shoulders. Outside, I found myself staring up at the sky. The rain had broken, and through the clouds, faint and distant, the first stars of the evening were beginning to emerge. Serafina had once told me that stars weren't just points of light, but echoes of the past, remnants of something long gone but still seen, still felt. She would never finish her research, never see her theories realized. But she would be remembered, not just as a victim, but as the bright, brilliant force she had been in life. And as I turned away from the courthouse, I knew that was something even death couldn't take from her. I remember that morning with startling clarity, as if it's burned into my memory. May 22nd, 2002. The air in Ashwood Creek was crisp, carrying the scent of damp pine and earth. The kind of morning my father, Caspian Thorne, cherished. He had a way of appreciating the stillness of the wilderness, the quiet moments before the world stirred awake. And yet it was on that very morning that he was taken from us in a brutal, calculated act of violence. The news spread like wildfire. A hiker, a man who had probably intended nothing more than a peaceful morning walk, stumbled upon the body at 8:30 a.m. in the heart of the nature preserve my father had spent his life protecting. I had just finished my shift at the local diner when I heard the sirens wail through town. Something felt off. Ashwood Creek wasn't the kind of place where crime happened. At least not the kind of crime that required police sirens slicing through the morning stillness. I rushed to the scene, heart hammering in my chest. The preserve was a place I knew better than the back of my hand. I had grown up in those woods, following my father as he documented rare plant species, tracked animal migrations, and fought tirelessly against corporations that wanted to strip the land for profit. And now he was lying there in the clearing, lifeless. The sight of him stole the breath from my lungs. His body was arranged almost too perfectly, his arms placed at his sides, as if he had been carefully positioned after death. The blood had soaked into the earth, dark and final. It wasn't a robbery. His wallet was still in his pocket, his watch still fastened around his wrist. This wasn't a random act of violence. Someone had planned this. Detective Isolde Vance arrived shortly after, her expression unreadable as she surveyed the scene. She had a reputation in town, sharp, unyielding, not one to be swayed by gossip or misdirection. When she looked at me, her gaze didn't soften with sympathy. Instead, she studied me the way a scientist studies a specimen under a microscope. I suppose I should have been grateful. At least I knew she would find the truth. The initial investigation uncovered very little. There were no signs of a struggle, no footprints leading away from the crime scene. Whoever had done this had known exactly what they were doing. But even in the absence of evidence, there were whispers. Whispers about my father's past, about old feuds that never fully died, about Silas Blackwood. Silas had once been my father's research partner. They had spent years working together, publishing studies, speaking at conservation summits. But something had gone wrong between them. Their partnership dissolved, leaving behind a bitter rift. I had overheard my father arguing with him on more than one occasion, their voices raw with anger. Silas had always felt overshadowed, that much was clear. He resented my father's success the way he had become the face of conservation in Montana, while Silas faded into obscurity. And yet, resentment wasn't enough to justify murder. Was it? Then there was Jareth Crow, a name I had heard in hushed tones but had never dared to say aloud. A poacher, a man who thrived in the shadows of Ashwood Creek, trapping and selling endangered animals despite my father's relentless efforts to shut him down. Jareth had no love for Caspian Thorne. He had been arrested more than once because of him. And now my father was gone, and Jareth was nowhere to be found. Detective Vance wasted no time in pursuing these leads. Silas Blackwood's vehicle had been spotted near the preserve around the estimated time of death. His alibi was weak, a vague mention of a solo hike with no witnesses. And then there was Jareth, whose boot print matched one found near the scene. Two men with a reason to hate my father. Two men who had the means and motive. I wanted to believe it was that simple, that it was Silas or Jareth or both of them working together. But something didn't sit right with me. My father's death wasn't just a killing, it was an execution. The way his body had been positioned, the absence of evidence. It was too careful, too deliberate. The deeper we dug, the murkier the truth became. Phone records showed communication between Silas and Jareth in the weeks leading up to the murder. Surveillance footage placed Jareth near the preserve at odd hours. But there was something else, something that sent a chill down my spine. A financial transaction, a large sum of money transferred to Jareth from an unknown account. My father had spent his life fighting for the land, for the creatures that lived within it. But had he unknowingly made enemies beyond Silas and Jareth? Had someone with money and influence decided that Caspian Thorne was a problem that needed eliminating? As the sun began to set over Ashwood Creek that evening, I realized one thing with absolute certainty. My father's murder wasn't just a crime of passion, it was a conspiracy, and the people responsible weren't finished yet. The morning after Caspian Thorne's murder, Ashwood Creek felt different. The usual peace of the town was replaced by a heavy unease, as if the very air carried the weight of an unspoken truth. Word of his death spread quickly, whispered in hushed tones at the diner, the hardware store, and along the winding roads leading out of town. Everyone had their own theory, but no one had answers. That task fell to Detective Isolde Vance. Detective Vance had seen her share of crime scenes, but something about this one unsettled her. She arrived at the clearing where Caspian's body had been found. The coroner was finishing up, taking notes in a small leather-bound book. Caspian lay there, his body rigid and pale, the dried blood forming a dark halo around him. The precision of the gunshot wounds told her that this wasn't a crime of passion. It was an execution. There was no sign of a struggle, no defensive wounds on Caspian's hands. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. The body had been positioned as if left on display. A message? A warning? She wasn't sure yet, but something about it felt deliberate. She walked the perimeter of the crime scene, her boots crunching against the pine needles. There were no clear footprints. Whoever had done this had been careful. But there was one clue, a partial boot print, barely visible in the damp earth. She noted it and had the forensic team take a cast. Nearby, something else caught her eye. A broken twig, as if someone had been standing there watching. She turned to Deputy Callahan, a young officer with a sharp eye for details. "Any security cameras nearby?" He shook his head. "Closest one's back in town, but I'll check if anyone saw any vehicles coming or going." Vance nodded. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Back at the station, she began sifting through Caspian's life. He wasn't just a conservationist, he was an activist. He'd fought against local logging operations, clashed with developers, and had a history of making enemies. There were heated arguments with landowners, disputes over conservation laws, and even legal threats. The list of people who might have wanted him gone was longer than she liked. The first name that stood out was Silas Blackwood. A former research partner turned bitter rival, Silas had accused Caspian of stealing his work. Their falling out was well documented, their arguments public. Silas had once told a reporter that Caspian deserved to be taken down a peg. That was more than enough reason to bring him in for questioning. Then there was Jareth Crow, a known poacher who had a history of run-ins with Caspian. Crow had been arrested more than once for illegal trapping and was suspected of being involved in the black market wildlife trade. Caspian had helped put him behind bars once before. Was this payback? Detective Vance decided to start with Silas. She and Deputy Callahan drove to his cabin, a small weathered place on the outskirts of town. The man who opened the door looked older than his years, his face lined with bitterness. "Detective," Silas greeted, his voice flat. "I figured you'd show up." "Then you know why I'm here." Silas shrugged, stepping aside. His cabin was cluttered, filled with papers, maps, and old photographs. She spotted a picture of him and Caspian, years younger, standing beside a field of wildflowers, a different time. "You two used to be close," Vance said, motioning to the photo. Silas scoffed. "That was before he stole everything from me." "Stole what exactly?" Silas hesitated. "Ideas. Funding. He took my research and used it to boost his own career. Do I hate the guy? Sure, but I didn't kill him." Vance studied him. His resentment was real, but was it strong enough for murder? "Where were you yesterday morning?" Silas scratched his chin. "Hiking. Alone. Convenient." "Anyone see you?" He shook his head. "Just me and the trees." "Your vehicle?" "Was seen near the preserve." Silas didn't flinch. "It's a free country." Vance knew better than to expect a confession, but she wasn't done with him yet. As she and Callahan left, the deputy spoke up. "He's hiding something," Vance agreed. But was he hiding a murder or just an old grudge? Their next stop was Jareth Crow. Unlike Silas, Jareth was nowhere to be found. His trailer was empty, the door slightly ajar. Inside, it was a mess. Papers scattered, drawers left open. Signs of a quick exit. Callahan exhaled. "Looks like someone ran." Vance scanned the room. Or someone made him disappear. One suspect was lying. The other was missing, and somewhere, in the quiet shadows of Ashwood Creek, the real killer was watching. The case was just beginning. The deeper we dug into Caspian Thorne's murder, the more unsettling the case became. The town of Ashwood Creek was small, but the secrets it held seemed to stretch far beyond its quiet forested boundaries. Every new lead pointed to something larger, something orchestrated with patience and precision. Detective Isolde Vance had spent enough years investigating violent crimes to know when a case was more than what it seemed. Caspian Thorne's murder wasn't just an act of jealousy or personal revenge. It was part of something much bigger. The second suspect, Jareth Crow. Jareth Crow was a name that had surfaced early in the investigation. A known poacher, Jareth had been caught trespassing on conservation lands before. He had a long history of clashes with Caspian, who had spent years trying to get him legally banned from the preserve. Caspian believed in the sanctity of the land, while Jareth saw it as a resource to be exploited. Their animosity was well documented. Surveillance footage placed Jareth near the preserve in the early morning hours of May 22nd. A set of partial boot prints found in the damp soil near the crime scene matched a brand Jareth was known to wear. "Why would I kill him?" Jareth scoffed when brought in for questioning. "Sure, we butted heads, but I don't need murder on my hands." He was defensive, but his story had holes. He claimed he had been trapping game on the far end of the forest that night, a location nowhere near the murder site, but his phone records told a different story. He had made a call to an unknown number at 6:45 a.m., just minutes before Caspian's body was discovered. The number was later traced to Silas Blackwood. Silas Blackwood's involvement in the case had always been suspicious. He and Caspian had once been partners in conservation research, but their relationship had soured over funding disputes and conflicting ideologies. Silas had left Ashwood Creek years ago, but his name resurfaced just as quickly as Jareth's. Deeper look into his financial records revealed something intriguing. A sudden influx of money, transferred to his account from a shell corporation just weeks before the murder. Was it payment for something? And if so, was Caspian's murder part of it? Jareth's phone call to Silas on the morning of the murder solidified our theory that they were working together. But the biggest question remained: who was pulling the strings? A conspiracy begins to emerge. We started looking into Caspian's work in the months leading up to his death. His conservation efforts had become more aggressive, challenging several corporate interests that wanted to develop land near the preserve. He had been rallying against an influential group of investors planning to construct a luxury retreat on protected forest land. Emails retrieved from Caspian's laptop revealed a tense back and forth between him and a group known as the Everwood Consortium. Caspian had accused them of illegal deforestation, manipulating local government officials, and threatening to dismantle conservation laws that protected Ashwood Creek's wildlife. One of the names tied to the consortium? Silas Blackwood. The more we investigated, the more we realized that Caspian's murder wasn't just about personal vendettas. It was about power and control, about a man who had gotten in the way of something much bigger than himself. Despite the overwhelming circumstantial evidence against Silas and Jareth, we needed something concrete to link them directly to the crime. Then we got a break. One of the forensic analysts discovered trace amounts of a rare type of soil embedded in the fibers of Caspian's jacket. The soil was distinctive, rich in a type of mineral found only in a specific part of Ashwood Creek, an area known as Black Hollow. It was a place far from any hiking trails, inaccessible unless you knew where to go, and there was only one person in Ashwood Creek who knew Black Hollow like the back of his hand: Jareth Crow. With this evidence in hand, the case was no longer just speculation. Jareth had been at the murder site, and if he had been there, it meant Silas had likely orchestrated the entire thing. As we prepared to move in on Jareth and Silas, we knew we had to be careful. If we tipped them off too soon, they could destroy any remaining evidence or disappear completely. Isolde Vance was methodical, knowing we needed to get them both before they had the chance to slip away. But something still felt off. Jareth and Silas were involved, that much was certain. But was someone else lurking in the background, pulling the strings from the shadows? The case was about to take an even darker turn, and the truth was still just out of reach. Justice for Caspian Thorne was coming, but at what cost? The deeper I dug into Caspian's murder, the more tangled the web became. What had started as a straightforward case of professional resentment now seemed like something far more intricate, more deliberate. Every answer led to another question, and every clue revealed another layer of deception. Silas Blackwood and Jareth Crow were my prime suspects, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more at play. Why had someone gone to such great lengths to make this look like a random crime? And who else stood to gain from Caspian's death? I spent the next few days combing through financial records and phone logs, looking for anything that connected Silas and Jareth to outside forces. My instincts told me that someone else had been pulling the strings. I just needed proof. Then I found it. Buried in Caspian's financial records was a series of large withdrawals in the months leading up to his murder. The payments were made to an unregistered offshore account. But what caught my attention was a notation on one of the transactions: Project Verdant. I had no idea what it meant, but I was determined to find out. I dug deeper, following the money trail until I found a connection that sent a chill down my spine. Caspian had been in communication with a group of powerful investors known for their ruthless tactics in land acquisition and development. They had a reputation for removing obstacles by any means necessary, and Caspian, with his unwavering dedication to conservation, had clearly been an obstacle. I needed more than just financial records. I needed a witness, someone who could testify that Caspian had been targeted. That's when I remembered Helena Faulkner, Caspian's research assistant. She had been oddly reluctant to speak to me during my initial interviews, and now I wondered if she knew more than she had let on. I tracked her down at a small cafe on the outskirts of town. She was visibly nervous as I approached her table. "Detective Vance," she greeted me, her voice barely above a whisper. "I need to ask you some questions about Caspian," I said gently. "I think you know why he was killed." Helena hesitated, her fingers tightening around her coffee cup. I don't know anything." "You were close to him," I pressed. "You worked with him every day. If there was something he was afraid of, you would have known." She exhaled shakily and looked around as if checking for eavesdroppers. Then, in a voice so low I had to lean in to hear, she said, "Caspian was being threatened." I felt a surge of adrenaline. "By who?" "I don't know exactly," she admitted, "but he told me he was being pressured to step away from the land conservation project. He wouldn't say who was behind it, only that they were powerful. He was scared, Detective. Really scared." "Did he ever mention Project Verdant?" I asked, watching her closely. Her eyes widened. "You know about that?" I nodded. "What is it?" She swallowed hard. "It was supposed to be a restoration project. Caspian was leading an initiative to protect a stretch of land from corporate development, but he found out that certain people had been falsifying environmental reports to push through a construction project. He was planning to go public with the evidence, that was it. That was the reason Caspian had been murdered." Helena looked at me, fear evident in her eyes. "Whoever did this, they won't stop until they're sure no one can expose them." I realized then that we were dealing with something far bigger than a crime of passion or professional jealousy. Caspian had stumbled upon something dangerous, something worth killing for. And if I wasn't careful, I might be next. That night, I sat in my car outside the precinct, sifting through everything I had uncovered. Silas Blackwood and Jareth Crowe had been the perfect pawns, but someone else had been orchestrating this from the shadows. Someone who had the resources to cover their tracks and the power to eliminate threats. My mind raced with possibilities. Who among the investors was truly responsible? And how far would they go to keep their secrets buried? Then, my phone buzzed. It was an unknown number. I hesitated before answering. "Detective Vance?" A distorted voice spoke on the other end. "You're asking the wrong questions." The line went dead. A cold dread settled over me. This wasn't just about justice anymore. It was about survival, and I had just become their next target. Detective Isolde Vance stood outside the courthouse, the cool Montana air sharp against her skin. After months of relentless investigation, multiple arrests, and a trial that gripped Ashwood Creek, the time had come for justice to be served. Inside, Silas Blackwood and Jareth Crowe sat before a jury of their peers, awaiting their fate. The prosecution had built a solid case. Forensic evidence, financial records, and witness testimony painted a damning picture. Jareth had been the trigger man, but Silas had orchestrated the crime. He had manipulated Jareth using his hatred of Caspian Thorne to push him toward murder. Then there were the shadowy investors, the powerful figures who had stood to gain the most from Caspian's elimination. As the jury filed in, the tension in the courtroom was palpable. Isolde kept her eyes on Caspian's family, his brother, his colleagues, the people who had fought alongside him for conservation and truth. Their grief had turned to determination, a quiet strength that demanded accountability. The judge read the verdict. "We, the jury, find the defendant, Silas Blackwood, guilty of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree." A murmur swept through the courtroom, followed by the second verdict. "We, the jury, find the defendant, Jareth Crowe, guilty of murder in the first degree." Silas closed his eyes, his once cocky demeanor breaking under the weight of his sentence. Jareth sat rigidly, his face unreadable. The judge sentenced them both to life in prison without parole, but Isolde knew the case wasn't over. The financiers, the hidden figures who had bankrolled Caspian's murder, still walked free. Investigations into their dealings had begun, but the process would be slow. Wealth and influence had a way of shielding the guilty. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed, cameras flashing. Isolde gave a brief statement. "Justice has been served today, but our work is not done. Those who believe they are untouchable will soon learn otherwise." That evening, Isolde sat in her office, staring at the files of the unnamed investors. Caspian Thorne had been a good man, one who had fought to protect the land and wildlife he loved. His murder had exposed the dark underbelly of greed and power in Ashwood Creek. She wouldn't stop until every last person responsible was held accountable. The Ashwood enigma had been solved. But the deeper conspiracy, that battle had just begun. They called me Obsidian, though no one had ever seen my face. My name was a whispered ghost in the dark corridors of the digital world, a shadow that loomed over the underworld like a storm cloud ready to break. No official records tied me to any country. No government file bore my fingerprints. I was everywhere and nowhere, a phantom pulling the strings of a vast criminal empire that spanned continents. To the world I was a myth. To those in my network I was a god. I hadn't always been a ghost. Once, long before I became the phantom broker, I was just another nameless kid in a forgotten Eastern European city, born into a world where survival meant being faster, smarter, and more ruthless than the next person. My childhood was spent in digital slums, where cyber violence was the only language that mattered. My father, if I could call him that, was a drunk who spent more time in underground hacking dens than at home. He taught me the art of code before I learned how to tie my shoes. By the time I was 10, I was better at cracking encryption than my teachers. By 16, I had disappeared from the grid entirely. The darknet was my true home, a place where identities were fluid and power belonged to those who could manipulate data. I started small: credit card fraud, data skimming, minor exploits. I was a nobody back then, just another ambitious hacker looking for a way in. But I was relentless, methodical. I studied the way the world's digital infrastructure functioned, how loopholes in financial systems could be exploited, how government agencies moved money under the table. And then, I found my first real opening. The late 2010s were chaotic. Global instability, economic downturns, and the rapid evolution of synthetic narcotics. I capitalized on the chaos. At first it was simple: distributing synthetic drugs through encrypted darknet markets. No physical transactions, no risk of exposure. But I wasn't interested in being another dealer in the digital alleyways. I wanted control. So I built a network, one that stretched beyond drugs and into something far more lucrative: people. Human trafficking in the digital age wasn't about shoving bodies into shipping containers. It was about data, control, and deception. Vulnerable populations were easy targets, desperate for digital sanctuary or physical relocation. I provided both for a price. They paid in crypto, believing they were securing a new life. Instead, they became commodities, trapped in the gears of a machine they couldn't comprehend. Some were forced into cyber sweatshops, others into the depths of the virtual red light districts. Their digital footprints were erased, their existence rewritten. No one came looking. Operating in the Yao, shadows required more than just anonymity. It required systemic manipulation. I infiltrated digital security firms, corrupted analysts, and manipulated AI-driven surveillance. I made sure the right data was erased, the right people disappeared. My identity wasn't just hidden, it was untouchable. I never stayed in one place, never used the same name twice. I was a wraith, a specter moving between the cracks of a system too bloated to notice. By 2020, my network had evolved into something governments feared but couldn't track. I had proxies embedded in multinational corporations, politicians unknowingly laundering my money through shell companies. The world's most powerful institutions moved my funds without ever realizing it. I had built an empire that didn't rely on guns or violence. It thrived on intelligence, precision, and an understanding of human greed. But no empire is invincible. I knew that better than anyone. Every network had weak points, and my mistake was trusting an AI proxy named Hector. He was designed to be my eyes and ears, a digital lieutenant programmed to adapt and anticipate threats. But in 2023, he turned. A compromised quantum encryption key, traced back to a small digital courier in Reykjavik, exposed a pattern in my financial streams. It was a crack in my armor, a vulnerability that global agencies latched onto like starving dogs. The chase began. My network began to fragment as digital fortresses collapsed. AI-driven informants fed law enforcement my movements. Encrypted channels were intercepted. I had spent years staying ahead, but they had finally found a way to track my ghostly presence. By 2024, my digital safe havens were burned, my AI proxies deactivated, the walls were closing in, and I knew it was only a matter of time before I was cornered. They found me in the Swiss Alps, hidden deep within a server farm that once housed the nerve center of my operation. By then, I was a shell of the force I had once been. The capture was a spectacle. Teams of cyber agents, international law enforcement, all there to bring down the phantom broker. But as they shackled me to a quantum computer, I remained silent. They thought they had won, that the network would collapse with me. They didn't understand. The network didn't need me anymore. The system I had built was self-sustaining, a digital hydra that could regrow its heads even in my absence. AI lieutenants, decentralized financial streams, embedded operatives, they would continue, evolve, adapt. For every obsidian they took down, another would rise. The world had made a fatal mistake. It assumed crime had a face, that it could be arrested, contained, erased. But crime was an idea, and ideas never die. The first lead came through a routine digital audit. Europol's cybercrime division flagged an unusual set of transactions flowing through a seemingly defunct Swiss bank. At first glance, it looked like a standard shell company, one of thousands used for tax evasion or corporate espionage. But something didn't add up. The transfers followed a pattern. Small, frequent sums dispersed across dozens of offshore accounts before vanishing into the digital ether. To the trained eye, this was more than just money laundering. It was infrastructure maintenance for a vast criminal enterprise. By the time Interpol got involved, a joint task force had been formed. American cyber units, European financial crime specialists, and a handful of intelligence officers who had been chasing the ghost known as Obsidian for years. I sat among them, staring at a wall filled with data points, maps, and faces of suspected operatives. "This is different," said Agent Donovan, a veteran investigator with the U.S. Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN. He tapped a printout of the flagged transactions. "It's too controlled. No one washes money this carefully unless they're operating at a scale we haven't fully grasped yet." He was right. This wasn't just a sophisticated money laundering operation. It was the circulatory system of a digital empire. Our breakthrough came from an unlikely place. An anonymous tip sent through an encrypted forum used by deep web activists and whistleblowers. The message was short, almost cryptic. "Check Reykjavik. Courier is sloppy." Reykjavik wasn't on our radar, at least not yet. But as we combed through financial records, we noticed a discrepancy, a minor, overlooked digital courier firm that had recently processed an unusually high volume of encrypted data packets. The packets originated from various locations across Europe and Asia, but all funneled back to Iceland. A decision was made to act. A small surveillance team was deployed to Reykjavik, keeping tabs on the firm's employees. 2 days in, we got lucky. A courier, a young programmer named Elias Kadar, made a mistake. He logged into a secure network from a public Wi-Fi hotspot. That single misstep allowed us to intercept a fragment of a message. It was heavily encrypted, but one word stood out clear as day: Obsidian. Kadar didn't resist when he was detained. He was smart enough to know the weight of the situation. In the interrogation room, he sat across from me, his fingers tapping anxiously against the steel table. I didn't know who they were, he said. I swear. I was just moving data, that's all. I leaned forward. Then why are you sweating? His eyes darted toward the mirror, knowing full well there were more eyes on him than just mine. You don't understand, he said. If they know I've been picked up, I'm already dead. He wasn't wrong. The kind of people Obsidian dealt with didn't allow liabilities. We offered him a deal, witness protection, a new identity, but only if he gave us something concrete. He hesitated. Then, with a shaky breath, he muttered two words that sent the room into motion. Swiss Alps. The Swiss authorities were hesitant at first. The site Kadar pointed us to was an unassuming research facility registered under a known tech conglomerate. But with enough diplomatic pressure, we secured a warrant. The raid was fast, clinical. A mix of local law enforcement and international, cybercrime agents stormed the facility expecting to seize data servers and financial records. What we found instead was a fully operational command center, Obsidian's nerve hub. Screens displayed live transaction feeds, encrypted communications, and a rotating list of anonymous darknet identities. And at the heart of it, a man who barely reacted as we took him into custody. He looked older than expected, his eyes sunken, from years behind glowing screens. He didn't fight, he didn't speak. But as we cuffed him, he gave a single knowing smirk, a silent acknowledgement that while he had been caught, the game itself wasn't over. Because that's the thing about shadows. They never truly disappear. They only shift. Seattle's skyline was hidden beneath a blanket of gray clouds as I parked in front of the precinct. The scent of rain-soaked asphalt clung to the air, mingling with the faint aroma of burnt coffee that lingered from the station's break room. I stepped inside, my shoes scuffing against the dull linoleum, and made my way to my desk where a stack of reports sat waiting. Serafina Ethelgard's case had consumed my every waking moment. The young astrophysics student had been strangled to death along the Burke-Gilman Trail, and every lead I followed seemed to open another door instead of closing one. The deeper I dug, the more twisted the picture became. Across from me, my partner, Detective Grant Holloway, was reviewing the transcripts from our interviews. He rubbed his temples before looking up at me. You still thinking about the Branwyn angle? I nodded. Something doesn't sit right with me. He's unstable, possessive, but I don't think he's the mastermind. There's something we're missing. Branwyn Reese, Serafina's ex-boyfriend, was the easiest suspect to focus on. He had a well-documented temper, a history of obsessive behavior, and an alibi shakier than a house of cards. He had been seen near the trail that night. His phone, records put him in the area, but gut instinct told me he wasn't working alone. Then there was Jareth Thorne, the astrophysics professor, a man who carried himself with an air of quiet superiority, his reputation more important than anything else. Rumors of an inappropriate relationship between him and Serafina had surfaced, but there was no hard evidence, just whispers in the halls and late-night texts that hinted at something more. And now we had financial records that made my stomach turn. A transfer of a substantial amount of money from Thorne's account to an untraceable offshore destination. What was he paying for? And more importantly, who was on the receiving end? Branwyn's lawyers pushing back hard, Grant said. Says his client was nowhere near Serafina that night. Surveillance footage puts him close, but not close enough for a conviction. I exhaled sharply. Then we need something stronger. My mind drifted back to the evidence we had collected. The fiber found on Serafina's clothing, an unusual type of rope used in mountaineering. Both Branwyn and Thorne were known climbers. I drummed my fingers against the desk, the weight of the case pressing against me. I want to go back to Thorne's office, I said. We missed something. I know it. Grant sighed but nodded. Let's move. The University of Washington campus was quieter than usual when we arrived. Midterms had most students buried in their books, leaving the halls of the astrophysics department eerily empty. We flashed our badges at the front desk, then made our way to Thorne's office. The door was locked, but we had a warrant. It only took a few minutes for campus security to let us in. The office smelled of aged paper and stale coffee. Thorne's desk was neatly arranged, too neat. Grant started flipping through the filing cabinets while I focused on the bookshelf, running my fingers along the spines. Then I saw it, a journal wedged between textbooks. I pulled it out and flipped through the pages. The writing was erratic, desperate. Notes about Serafina. Observations, frustration, infatuation, and then in the later entries, panic. She knows. She said she would tell someone. I can't let this happen. A chill ran through me. Grant, you need to see this. He peered over my shoulder, his jaw tightening. This is enough to bring him in. I flipped another page and found a sketch of a noose. My stomach clenched. This wasn't just an inappropriate relationship. This was obsession turned deadly. We bagged the journal and left the office. The moment we stepped into the hallway, I pulled out my phone and called the precinct. We need a warrant for Jareth Thorne's arrest. Now. The pieces were finally falling into place, but the real challenge was just beginning. Serafina had tried to escape from a trap she hadn't fully understood. Now it was up to us to make sure her killer didn't get away with it. Seattle's skyline blurred through the rain-streaked windows of the precinct as I sat at my desk, poring over files that refused to yield a clean answer. The case against Branwen Reese and Jareth Thorne was tightening, but I needed something undeniable, something to break them. Time wasn't on my side. Every second without an arrest meant more pressure from the press, from the university, from Serafina's grieving family. I tapped my pen against the case file, my gaze drifting to the forensic reports. The rope fibers found on Serafina's clothing were a rare variety, the kind used by professional climbers. The lab had confirmed they matched a length of rope seized from Branwen's apartment. That was solid, but not enough. His defense team could argue contamination, or claim he had lent the rope to someone else. What I needed was something that tied both Branwen and Jareth to the crime in a way they couldn't deny. Across from me, Detective Will Garner scrolled through phone records. He suddenly sat up straighter, his expression shifting. "Lyra, look at this," he said, turning his screen toward me. The logs showed a flurry of messages between Branwen and Jareth the week before Serafina's murder. Most were innocuous, on the surface, but then came the cryptic ones. Branwen, we need to talk. She's going to ruin everything. Jareth, handle it. We both know what's at stake. Branwen, she won't listen. Not to me. Jareth, then make her. I felt my stomach tighten. This was the kind of language that made defense attorneys sweat. Still, it wasn't a confession. It was suggestive, damning even, but not definitive. Do we have anything placing Jareth at the crime scene? I asked. Will frowned. Nothing solid yet. But get this. One of Serafina's classmates swears they saw him on the Burke-Gilman trail that night. I looked up. Name? Darren McKay. Says he was out jogging around 11 when he spotted Jareth standing near one of the trailheads looking tense. 11 o'clock. Around the estimated time of death. It wasn't a smoking gun, but it was another crack in Jareth's carefully curated alibi. Bring McKay in for a formal statement, I said. We need this locked down. As Will left to make the call, I turned my attention back to the case files. The problem with Jareth Thorne was that he wasn't an amateur. He was methodical, calculating, a man who understood power and influence and how to weaponize both. He wouldn't have killed Serafina in a fit of rage, not like Branwen. No. Jareth would have made sure it served a purpose. I needed to figure out what that purpose was. 2 hours. Later, McKay sat across from me in the interrogation room, hands folded on the table. He looked nervous but determined. I didn't think much of it at the time, he admitted, rubbing his palms against his jeans. Jareth's a weird guy, you know, always kind of intense, but when I heard about Serafina... What exactly did you see? I prompted. McKay exhaled. He was standing near the bridge, looking at his phone, kept glancing around like he was waiting for someone. Did you see anyone else? He hesitated. There was a car parked a little ways up. Black sedan. I didn't get a plate, but it looked expensive. Might have been his. I leaned forward. Why didn't you come forward sooner? McKay looked down. I didn't think it mattered. But then I remembered the way he looked when I jogged past. He was sweating, even though it wasn't that warm. And his hands. I waited. His hands? They were shaking. I pressed my lips together. Jareth Thorne wasn't the kind of man who rattled easily. If he had been nervous, something had gone wrong. That meant there was a variable he hadn't accounted for. Now I just had to figure out what it was. By nightfall, I had the team running, down every lead we had left. Will was tracking down security footage from businesses near the trailhead, hoping we could catch a glimpse of Jareth's car. Another detective was digging into Branwen's financials, looking for any sign of payments. That might have connected him to Jareth in a way we hadn't yet seen. Me? I was looking at Serafina's old texts, trying to see the case from her perspective. A message she had sent to her best friend 2 weeks before her murder stood out. If anything happens to me, tell them to look at JT. He's not who he pretends to be. I exhaled slowly. Serafina had known she was in danger. She had known Jareth Thorne was involved. Now I just had to prove it. I was halfway through another cup of coffee when Will walked in, a rare flicker of excitement on his face. We got something, he said, tossing a folder onto my desk. Inside were still frames from a traffic camera near the Burke-Gilman Trail. One image, timestamped 10:48 p.m., showed a black sedan rolling past. Another, taken 10:51, showed the same car pulling into a side lot near the trailhead. Guess who owns a black sedan? Will asked. I didn't need to guess. Jareth Thorne had just run out of places to hide. I was led into the courtroom in chains. Not the kind of digital chains I had spent a lifetime mastering. Real, cold steel pressing against my wrists. The air was thick with the weight of history being made. The trial of the century, they called it. A global spectacle, my name whispered in fear across intelligence agencies, the financial elite, and the criminal underworld alike. I had spent years as a ghost, a phantom moving between the cracks of civilization, weaving my empire into the very fabric of the digital world. And yet here I was, shackled in a room full of people who believed they had won. The prosecution painted me as a monster, an entity that had caused immeasurable suffering. They detailed the thousands of victims lost to my human trafficking rings, the synthetic drugs that had created a new global addiction crisis, the AI-manipulated financial scams that left entire corporations bankrupt. The evidence was damning. Offshore accounts traced back to me, testimonies from agents who had pursued me for years, an ex-lieutenant flipping on me in exchange for protection. Even snippets of my own encrypted communications had been decrypted, used against me like weapons in a war I thought I could control. I remained silent through most of the proceedings. There was no need to argue. The verdict had been decided long before I ever stepped foot into the courtroom. Life without parole in a high-security prison built specifically for criminals of my caliber, ones whose threats extended beyond mere physical crime and into the invisible world of digital warfare. But what they didn't understand, what they refused to believe, was that Obsidian was never just me. It had never been about one person. The network had always been a living, breathing entity. I had structured it that way from the beginning. No singular point of failure, no reliance on a single operator. The AI-driven financial system still ran in the background, generating billions through decentralized markets. The supply chains for synthetic drugs and human trafficking were self-sustaining, with operatives who had never met me face to face. Even as I sat in that courtroom, the network continued to evolve, its algorithms shifting and adapting like a living organism. The judge handed down my sentence. The world watched as I was escorted out of the courtroom, cameras flashing, news anchors declaring the downfall of the world's most elusive criminal. They called it a victory for justice, a moment of reckoning. Fools. From my cell, I watched. The world continued to move. The headlines changed within weeks. New scandals, new crises. They believed they had cut off the head of the snake, but Obsidian had never been a snake. It was a system. And systems, once set in motion, do not simply die. Somewhere, in a hidden server farm buried beneath layers of security and deception, my successors were already at work. AI-controlled accounts continued to move money across the world. Synthetic drugs flooded digital black markets, and human lives were still being bought and sold in the dark corners of the internet. My voice, though physically silenced, still carried weight in encrypted channels, in whispers passed between those who understood what Obsidian truly was. The government thought they had won. The world believed they had rid themselves of a monster. But the reality, I had simply become something else, an idea, a myth, and myths never die. Obsidian was eternal. The system would persist, and I would be watching. I was always the obedient daughter. At least that's what everyone believed. My parents, my teachers, my neighbors, everyone saw me as the quiet, well-mannered girl who never stepped out of line. But the truth was far more complicated. My parents, Peter and Evelyn Thorne, were known in Halifax for their discipline and determination. They had built a comfortable life after immigrating from a small island nation, working tirelessly to give me and my older brother Lachlan opportunities they never had. But their love came with conditions, strict rules, relentless expectations, and no room for mistakes. I was enrolled in advanced violin lessons, competitive sailing, and intensive academic programs from a young age. My future was carefully planned. Top grades, a prestigious university, and a career in marine biology. My life was supposed to be perfect, except it wasn't. The cracks in the illusion started small. I struggled in school, my grades never quite matching the genius my parents expected. Instead of facing their disappointment, I started lying. First, it was small things, telling them I got an A when I barely scraped a C. Then it became bigger. I forged report cards, fabricated achievements, and spun stories of academic excellence. When they pressured me to apply to a prestigious maritime academy, I pretended I had. In reality, I spent my days in coffee shops, working odd jobs and dreaming of a life far away from their control. That's when I met Kaylin Reese. Kaylin was everything my parents despised, carefree, rebellious, and entirely unconcerned with the structured life I had been raised in. I told myself I loved him. Maybe I did. Or maybe I just loved what he represented. Freedom. We spent hours talking about running away, moving to a coastal cottage where I could pretend to be the marine biologist my parents believed I was. I told them I was already taking steps toward that dream. I made up a roommate, a non-existent job, and a bright future that didn't exist. But lies have a way of catching up to you. The day my parents discovered the truth was the beginning of the end. They found my fake acceptance letters, my empty bank account, and every fabricated detail I had so carefully constructed. Their reaction was exactly what I feared: disappointment, anger, and swift punishment. They took my phone, cut me off from Kaylin, and revoked every ounce of freedom I had left. My father's words still echo in my head. "You are a disgrace to this family." For days I felt trapped. I imagined running away, disappearing into the world I had dreamed of, but reality was far less romantic than my fantasies. I had nowhere to go, no money, and no real plan. That's when the thought took root, one I could never take back. If my parents were out of the way, I could be free. It wasn't an instant decision. At first, I played with the idea in my mind, convincing myself it was just frustration speaking. But the thought lingered, growing darker with each passing day. I confided in Kaylin, hoping he would talk me out of it. Instead, he introduced me to someone who could help, Lorian Frey. Lorian wasn't like the people I usually associated with. He was rough, unpredictable, and had a reputation that sent shivers down my spine. But he listened, and more importantly, he agreed to help me, for a price. $15,000. Money I didn't have, but I promised I could get. The plan was simple. I would leave the back door to the conservatory unlocked. Lorian and his associate would enter, stage a break-in, and my parents would be eliminated. It was supposed to be clean, quick, and in the chaos I would be the victim, a survivor of a home invasion, bound and helpless while my world fell apart around me. I convinced myself it was the only way. That night, as I went to bed, I repeated, one phrase in my mind until I believed it. This will set me free. December 12th, 2015 would be the last night my parents ever felt safe in their own home. The lie I had built my life on was about to turn deadly, and there was no turning back. I grew up believing that I had to be perfect. My parents, Julian and Alara Thorne, had built their lives on discipline, structure, and an unwavering belief that hard work was the only way to succeed. As immigrants from a small island nation, they had clawed their way into the prestigious circles of Halifax's elite, and they expected nothing less than excellence from their children. From the moment I could hold a violin, I was enrolled in advanced lessons, practicing until my fingers ached. School was a battlefield, and I was expected to be the top student in every subject. I was never allowed to slack off, never permitted a moment of weakness. When I begged for sleepovers or afternoons at the mall with friends, my mother would remind me in her clipped, precise tone that social distractions were for people without ambition. For years, I played my part flawlessly. I was the golden child, the girl who charmed my parents' dinner guests with polite conversation, who never questioned rules, who nodded in agreement even when my own thoughts screamed to be heard. But as I got older, the pressure became suffocating. I started making mistakes, small ones at first, forgetting a homework assignment, missing a practice session. My father's disappointed gaze was worse than any punishment, and my mother's silent judgment cut deeper than words ever could. The first time I lied to them, it was over something insignificant. A failed quiz in chemistry. I knew they wouldn't tolerate anything less than an A, so I crumpled the test and tossed it in the trash before they could see it. The guilt ate at me for days, but when nothing happened, no lectures, no punishments, I realized something. If they didn't know, they couldn't control me. That's how it started. Little deceptions bending the truth to make life easier. But small lies have a way of growing, like cracks in a foundation, spreading until the whole structure begins to collapse. By the time I turned 17, I had perfected the art of deception. I wasn't just lying about grades anymore. I had created an entire life outside of the one my parents controlled. They believed I was taking extra lessons at the conservatory in the evenings, but I was sneaking off to cafes, meeting with friends they would never approve of. I had a boyfriend, Kalen Reese, a university student who thought my parents were nothing more than overbearing academics. He had no idea how deep their control went. For the first time in my life, I felt free. But freedom came with a cost. My grades slipped, my music suffered, and my parents noticed. I could see their suspicion growing, their patience wearing thin. The final straw came when my mother found an acceptance letter from a prestigious maritime academy, one I had forged to keep up the illusion that I was the perfect daughter they wanted me to be. They were furious. More than furious. Betrayed. My mother's voice shook with anger as she read the letter aloud, demanding an explanation. My father, usually the calm one, slammed his fist against the dining table so hard the silverware jumped. They confiscated my phone, my laptop. Every ounce of freedom I had clawed out for myself vanished overnight. That was the moment I realized something had to change. I couldn't keep up the act forever. I couldn't be who they wanted me to be, and if I couldn't escape them the easy way, I'd have to find another path. That's when the thoughts began. The dangerous ones. The ones that whispered late at night when I lay awake in my bed, staring at the ceiling. What if they weren't here anymore? What if I didn't have to live under their rule? What if I could start over, be whoever I wanted to be? I didn't act on those thoughts right away. At first, they were just fantasies. But fantasies have a way of turning into plans when you let them fester for too long. And I was running out of time. In the weeks that followed, I became careful. I played the part of the remorseful daughter, promised to earn back their trust. They let me have my laptop back, then my phone. I started seeing Kalen in secret again, telling him about my life in whispered conversations behind closed doors. He was the only one who listened, the only one who seemed to understand. But even Kalen didn't know everything. He didn't know about Jareth Vane or Silas Crow or the desperate plan that had already begun forming in my mind. By the time December rolled around, I had made my decision. It was time to stop pretending. Time to break free. Time to end it all. It had been 3 days since the attack. The Thorn House, once a symbol of quiet affluence, was now a crime scene wrapped in yellow tape. The media had swarmed the story, sensationalizing every possible angle. Reporters camped outside the hospital where my father lay recovering. My mother's funeral was set for the following week, but the weight of suspicion had already settled heavily on my shoulders. I was still in police custody, though I hadn't been officially charged. They kept me in a small room at the station, allowing me visits only from my assigned public defender. I could feel their eyes on me every second, studying my movements, my words, even the way I breathed. They didn't believe me. No one did. The first interrogation had been calm, too calm. Detective Monroe sat across from me, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, flipping through his notes. His expression was unreadable. "Aria," he said slowly. "Let's go over it again." I sighed, my fingers tightening into fists on my lap. "I already told you everything." "I know," he said, nodding. "But humor me." I took a deep breath. I was upstairs reading. I heard noises downstairs, crashing, shouting. I got up to check, but before I could reach the stairs, someone grabbed me from behind. They tied me up. I didn't see their faces. Monroe leaned forward, resting, his elbows on the table. "And you're sure you didn't see anything that could help us? No height, no build, no accents?" I shook my head. It was dark. They had masks. And everything happened so fast. He sighed, rubbing his chin. "That's strange, though, isn't it?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" "Because your father says otherwise." My heart skipped. "What?" Monroe tilted his head. "Your father woke up this morning, Aria, and he told us something interesting. He said that when he was on the floor bleeding out, he saw you standing with one of the intruders. He said you weren't afraid. You were talking to them. I felt the blood drain from my face." "That's not true." Monroe's eyes were sharp now. "Are you sure?" I don't remember that." He sat back, watching me. "You're a smart girl. You know what we're thinking. No forced entry. No stolen valuables. You were tied up, but not hurt. And now, your father tells us you were talking to one of them. That's a hell of a coincidence." Tears stung my eyes. "I didn't do this." Monroe nodded as if he had expected that answer. "Okay, then tell me, who did?" I couldn't answer, because the truth was, I knew, and if I said his name, everything would come crashing down. Instead, I just shook my head, staring at the table. Monroe sighed again, then stood. "We'll talk again soon," he said, walking toward the door. Before he left, he turned back. "If you think of anything, Aria, now's the time to be honest." I stayed silent. The next morning, I was released on bail. My father refused to see me, and my brother Lachlan barely spoke when he picked me up from the station. The car ride home was silent, except for the occasional sound of him tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. When we pulled into the driveway, I hesitated before stepping out. The house loomed before me, unfamiliar in its emptiness. The shattered glass from the conservatory had been cleared, but the place still smelled like gunpowder and antiseptic. Lachlan finally broke the silence. "You need to tell me the truth." I swallowed hard. "I am." He turned in his seat, his blue eyes cold. "Dad says you knew them." "I didn't." He scoffed. "Don't lie to me, Aria." Tears welled in my eyes. "I swear, You think I don't know about Kaylin?" he interrupted. "Or the people you've been hanging around with? You think I don't know what you've been up to?" My throat tightened. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. His grip on the wheel tightened. So it was supposed to happen? I froze. I had said too much. Lachlan let out a hollow laugh and shook his head. "Mom's dead, Aria, and you're standing here acting like a victim." I opened my mouth, but he held up a hand, stopping me. "Just don't. I don't want to hear it." Then he got out of the car, slamming the door behind him. I sat there, shaking, watching as he disappeared into the house. The walls were closing in, the lies were unraveling, and I had no way out. After my arrest, The walls of my carefully constructed reality began to collapse. The police had gathered more evidence than I had anticipated. What I thought had been a foolproof plan was coming undone with every passing moment. The first crack came when the detectives began comparing statements. My story about masked intruders was full of inconsistencies, and they knew it. But it wasn't just my words betraying me. It was the people I thought I could count on. Kalen was one of the first to be brought in for questioning. He denied everything at first, but when the police showed him messages, ones I had sent him, in desperation, ones I never thought anyone would see, he realized how deep he was in. He told them about my fabrications, the lies I spun about my parents, and the threats I claimed were against me. He told them how I had begged him to help me, how I made him feel like he had no choice but to introduce me to Lorian Frey. Lorian, unlike Kalen, didn't hesitate to talk. He was a career criminal, a man with no real loyalty to anyone but himself. When the police found him, he was already preparing to leave town, and he had no problem giving them what they wanted to hear in exchange for a lighter sentence. He told them about my involvement, how I had orchestrated the entire event, how I had paid him to kill my parents. It was during my second interrogation that I realized I was truly alone. The detectives were relentless, picking apart every lie, every contradiction in my statements. I tried to keep my story together, but the more I spoke, the more tangled I became in my own deception. They had Mr. Thorne's testimony now. He had woken up in the hospital and, despite his pain, had spoken clearly about what he saw that night. He had seen me. Not tied up on the stairs like I had claimed, not screaming for help. He had seen me standing calmly with Lorian, speaking to him as if I were giving instructions. And he had seen the moment it all changed, the moment my mother fought back, the moment Lorian had lost control. The moment I realized that this wasn't the way it was supposed to happen. I tried to claim that I had only wanted to scare them, that it was never supposed to end in death, that I had no idea Lorian would actually go through with it. But my words meant nothing. The evidence was overwhelming. My phone records, the money transfers, the messages I had sent to Lorian and Kalen, instructing them, convincing them, pushing them towards something I had started but could not control. The trial was fast-moving. The prosecution had everything they needed to paint me as a manipulative, self-serving liar. The defense tried to argue that I had been desperate, that my upbringing had left me no room to breathe, that I had simply wanted freedom. But no one cared about my reasoning anymore. My mother was dead, my father was nearly killed, and I was the one who had set everything in motion. My sentencing was inevitable. The judge's words felt distant, muffled, like I was hearing them through water. 25 years. That was my reality now. 25 years to think about the choices I made. 25 years to wonder if there had ever been a way out of my life that didn't end in destruction. As they led me away, I caught one final glimpse of my father. He didn't look at me with anger. He looked at me with something much worse. Disappointment. And that was when I knew that I had truly lost everything. I sat in the cold, gray courtroom as the weight of everything finally pressed down on me. The past year had been a blur of interrogations, legal battles, and endless nights spent in a prison cell awaiting trial. But now, it was time. The gavel echoed through the room as the judge entered, and my breath caught in my throat. This was it, the moment that would decide the rest of my life. My lawyer had tried everything to paint me as a victim of my own troubled past. The strict upbringing, the overwhelming pressure, the desperate need for freedom. They argued that I was a product of circumstances beyond my control. But deep down I knew the truth. I had made my choices, and now I had to face them. Mr. Thorne, my father, sat in the front row of the courtroom. His body was still frail from his injuries, and his face was lined with pain and betrayal. He refused to look at me, keeping his gaze fixed on the judge. My brother Lachlan was absent. I wasn't surprised. He had cut all ties with me after the arrest. He had moved to some remote coastal town, wanting nothing to do with the shame I had brought upon our family. The prosecution laid out the case one final time. My carefully planned deception, my desperate bid to escape my parents' control, my Betrayal of the people who had given me everything. The evidence was damning. Bank records proving I had promised Lori and Frey $15,000 to carry out the act. Text messages to Kaylin filled with lies about being in danger. Security footage showing that I'd left the conservatory door unlocked. And worst of all, my ever-changing story. I had lied so many times that even I couldn't keep track of what was real anymore. When it was my turn to speak, I stood up, my hands trembling. I had spent so much time rehearsing an apology, but the words felt hollow. What could I possibly say to undo what I had done? I cleared my throat, forcing myself to meet my father's eyes. I know there's nothing I can say to make this right. I began, my voice barely above a whisper. I was selfish. I was angry. I thought I had no way out. But I made the worst mistake of my life. I didn't think about the consequences. I didn't think about the pain I would cause. A long silence followed. The judge's expression remained unreadable as he shuffled some papers. Then he spoke. Aria Thorne, the court finds you guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, and accessory to homicide. You are hereby sentenced to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. The air left my lungs. I heard a muffled gasp from someone in the courtroom, maybe a distant relative or an old friend who had come to witness my downfall. My father didn't react. He just sat there, as if he had expected this all along. The guards approached to take me away, their hands firm on my arms as they led me toward the exit. As I passed my father, I slowed down, hoping for one last glance, one last word, but he never looked at me. I wanted to say I was sorry, but I knew it wouldn't matter. Some things can't be forgiven. Prison was not what I had expected. It was a world of rules, of routine, of endless hours spent trapped in my own thoughts. The media had a field day with my story. The Tides of Deception, the true crime documentary about my case, aired within months of my sentencing. Everyone wanted to dissect my mind, to figure out what had driven me to such extremes. I stopped watching after the first episode. I already knew who I was. The letters started coming in. Some from strangers, some from old classmates, some from people who claimed to understand me. But the only letter I cared about was the one that never arrived. My father never wrote. My brother never visited. I was truly alone. Years passed. I worked in the prison library trying to lose myself in books. I attended therapy sessions not because I thought they would fix me, but because I had nothing else to do. Slowly, the world outside moved on. Kaylin got married. Jareth Vane and Lori Frey took plea deals and served shorter sentences. Silas, Crow disappeared after being released. And me? I remained behind bars, watching the seasons change through the small barred window of my cell. One day a letter arrived. I recognized the handwriting instantly, my father's. My hands shook as I opened it. Aria, I don't know why I am writing this. Perhaps it is foolish, perhaps I am weak, but after all these years I cannot pretend that you never existed. You were my daughter once. I don't know if I will ever forgive you, but I do hope that in whatever way you can, you find redemption. L. Thorne. Tears blurred my vision as I reread the words over and over. It wasn't forgiveness, it wasn't love, but it was something. And for the first time in years, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I wasn't entirely lost. They say tragedy changes a man, but what about when tragedy defines him? My name is Caius Aethelgard, and I have lived more years as a suspect than as a son. On July 27, 1998, my family was taken from me, one by one, in a blood-soaked mourning that has never left my mind. Some claim I am a victim, others call me a murderer. But this is my story. We lived on the Isle of Skye, where the land itself holds whispers of the past. Our family home, a secluded stone cottage, sat on the rugged coastline battered by wind and sea spray. My father, Elowin, was a local historian and a former lay preacher, a man obsessed with the past and the sins that shaped it. My mother, Morwenna, was a scholar of Celtic traditions, believing in the old ways more than she did in the modern world. Their devotion to history felt like a cage to me, but to my younger siblings, Rhiannon, Branwen, and Tiernan, it was a way of life. I was the eldest, the one who was supposed to carry on the Ethelgard name. But I never wanted that burden. I longed for something beyond our isolated world, beyond the rigid expectations of my parents. Rhiannon, at 20, found her escape in music, composing melodies that never saw the light of day outside our home. Branwen, at 19, spent her days in the herb garden, whispering secrets to the plants. Tiernan, only 15, was the most like our father. His hands skilled in wood carving, his eyes filled with quiet observation. We were a family bound by tradition, but fractures ran beneath the surface. The morning of the massacre was cold, the kind of chill that seeps into your bones. I had risen early, as I always did, to deliver correspondence to a neighboring village. It was a task my father entrusted to me alone, a small freedom I clung to. I left the house at 5:15 a.m., the scent of damp earth lingering in the air. By the time I returned, just before 7, I noticed something was wrong. The house was too quiet. I stepped inside, calling for my mother. No answer. My boots left faint prints on the stone floor, damp from the morning dew. As I moved deeper into the cottage, the silence thickened, pressing against my ears. And then I saw her, Rhiannon, collapsed near the hearth, her lifeless eyes staring into nothing. A crimson stain had spread across her white nightdress. My breath hitched as I stumbled backward, my foot hitting something, my father's body. He lay sprawled near the doorway, his blood pooled beneath him. My stomach turned and the world tilted around me. Panic surged through me as I raced to find the others. In the conservatory, my mother lay motionless, a single gunshot wound to her chest. Branwen was nearby, her body contorted as if she had tried to run. My hands trembled as I touched her cheek, still warm. Tiernan was the last. His workshop reeked of gunpowder and blood. He had fought. That much was clear. His carved figurines lay shattered on the ground alongside his broken body. I don't remember screaming, but my throat burned. I don't remember calling the police, but the echo of my own panicked voice haunted my dreams for years. When they arrived, I was upstairs, staring blankly out the window, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding around me. Detectives combed through the scene, their eyes heavy with suspicion. There was no forced entry, no signs of a struggle beyond Tiernan's workshop, only my family massacred and me, the lone survivor. Their questions came sharp and fast. When did you leave? When did you return? Did you see anyone? Did you hear gunshots? My answers felt hollow even as I spoke them. They found spent rifle cartridges in my father's Land Rover, the same rifle I had learned to shoot with as a boy. They found my oilskin coat, and in its pocket, a set of shed keys. My father's journal contained a single chilling entry. Only you deserve the silence. 4 days later, I was arrested. Even as they dragged me away, the smell of blood clung to my clothes, to my skin. I swore to them I had nothing to do with it, that I had come home to a nightmare, that I had lost everything. No one believed me. I don't remember much about that morning, not clearly anyway. What I do recall is the feeling, the sick, sinking feeling in my stomach when I stepped inside our home and saw the stillness. The air smelled sharp, like iron and wood smoke, though no fire had been lit. I called out, my voice too loud in the silence. No answer. I stepped forward and then I saw her. Rhiannon lay on the wooden floor, her long auburn hair fanned out like a spill of ink. Her eyes were open, wide and glassy, staring up at the ceiling beams. Blood stained the front of her nightdress. It took me a moment to realize I was screaming. After that, everything blurred together. I remember dialing the emergency number, but I couldn't say what I told them. I remember the sirens, the flashing lights, the voices, dozens of voices, all speaking in hushed, urgent tones. They took me outside as officers combed through the house. One of them, a tall man with sharp gray eyes, asked me to sit on the stone ledge near our garden. His name was Detective Reese Kavanaugh. He offered me a blanket, though I couldn't stop shivering. "You were the one who found them?" he asked gently. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. "What time did you leave the house this morning?" "Early," I croaked. "Before sunrise. I had deliveries." "Where did you go?" "Down to the village, then along the Lock Road." My breath hitched. "I was only gone for 2 hours." Detective Kavanaugh glanced toward the cottage where more officers were moving in and out. "You said you found your sister first. Did you see anyone else?" I swallowed, trying to fight the nausea. "My mother, my father, they were all inside." My voice broke. They were dead. Kavanaugh exhaled slowly. "Caius, we're going to need you to come with us to the station, just to answer a few questions." The drive to the police station felt unreal. I sat in the back of the car, my hands balled into fists. The world outside the window blurred past. Gray sky, rolling hills, stone cottages. It didn't feel real. None of it did. At the station, they led me to a small, dimly lit room. Another officer, a woman named Sergeant Isla McGregor, sat across from me. She had a kind face, but her expression was serious. "We're very sorry for your loss, Caius," she said. "I know this is difficult, but we need to understand everything that happened this morning. Can you tell us, step by step, what you remember?" I tried. I told them how I left early, how I made my deliveries, how I came home to find everything wrong. But the more I spoke, the more I realized how little I could explain. "There were no signs of forced entry, Sergeant," McGregor said gently. "No broken windows, no locks tampered with. Are you sure all the doors were locked when you left?" I don't know," I admitted. "I think so. We always locked them." Detective Kavanaugh leaned forward. "Caius, was there any tension in the family recently? Any arguments?" I hesitated. "My father, he could be strict. He expected a lot from us. What about your siblings?" I shook my head. "We argued sometimes, like any family, but nothing serious, nothing like this." Kavanaugh exchanged a look with McGregor. "Caius, we found something in your father's study. A journal. He wrote something strange. Only you deserve the silence. Do you know what that means?" My blood ran cold. "No," I whispered. "I don't." They let me go home that evening, but nothing felt like home anymore. Officers had taped off the house, so I was taken to stay with a neighbor. I sat awake all night, staring at the ceiling, trying to piece together what had happened. The next day, the police returned. They had more questions, more doubts, and soon I realized they weren't just investigating the crime, they were investigating me. The courtroom was filled with an unsettling silence as the trial of Caius Ethelgard commenced. Reporters from across the United Kingdom had gathered in the small town of Portree, drawn by the gruesome nature of the crime and the lingering uncertainty of Caius's guilt. The prosecution was prepared to present a case that painted Caius as a cold-blooded killer, while the defense aimed to establish reasonable doubt, emphasizing Caius's claim of innocence and the lack of direct witnesses. Caius sat rigid in the defendant's chair, his face pale but composed. His lawyer, Alistair Cormac, had been appointed to represent him. Cormac was known for his sharp, analytical mind and his ability to dismantle even the most ironclad arguments. However, even he knew that Caius's situation was precarious at best. The prosecution wasted no time in presenting its evidence. The lead prosecutor, Evelyn Marwood, stepped forward with confidence, laying out the sequence of events for the jury. At approximately 7:22 a.m. on July 27, 1998, emergency services received a distress call from the Ethelgard family residence. Responding officers found the accused, Caius Ethelgard, in an upstairs room, showing signs of distress. However, what is most important, she paused for emphasis, is that the accused was the only surviving member of a household where 5 others had been brutally murdered. Cormac shifted uncomfortably beside Caius, listening as Marwood detailed the physical evidence found at the scene. The murder weapon, a hunting rifle registered to the accused, was recovered with only his fingerprints. His wool trousers contained traces of his younger brother's blood, and a struggle appeared to have taken place in Tiernan's workshop. Furthermore, the accused was found wearing gloves when officers arrived, suggesting an attempt to conceal forensic evidence. The jury took notes, their expressions unreadable. Cormac knew that first impressions were crucial. If they accepted the prosecution's timeline at face value, it would be difficult to persuade them otherwise. When it was his turn to cross-examine the forensic expert, Cormac rose slowly, adjusting his glasses before addressing the witness. "You stated that Caius's fingerprint was found on the rifle, correct?" "That is correct," the forensic examiner replied. "Would you say that proves he fired the weapon?" The examiner hesitated. "Not definitively. It only proves that he handled it." Cormac nodded. "Precisely. And given that the rifle was his, wouldn't it be expected that his fingerprint would be found on it?" Marwood objected, but the judge allowed the question. The examiner admitted that Caius could have touched the weapon at any time prior to the crime. Cormac turned to the jury. "You see, there is a distinct difference between touching a weapon and using it to commit murder." But Marwood was prepared. The prosecution called upon a pathologist who described the angles of the gunshot wounds, claiming that the positioning was consistent with someone of Caius's height pulling the trigger. Additionally, they presented Elowin's journal, which contained the cryptic entry, "Only you deserve the silence." Marwood seized the moment. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is more than mere coincidence. This was a premeditated act executed with chilling precision. A young man filled with resentment, eliminating his family one by one." Caius felt his stomach tighten. He had read the entry over and over, trying to make sense of it. Had his father been warning him of something? Or was it truly an accusation from beyond the grave? As the trial progressed, the prosecution painted a picture of a resentful son, someone who had been overshadowed by his siblings, tired of his father's overbearing expectations. But Cormac fought back, arguing that the crime could have been staged to frame Caius. There are no eyewitnesses, no conclusive proof that Caius fired that rifle, and most importantly, no clear motive beyond speculation. Despite his efforts, Caius could feel the tide turning against him. Each new piece of evidence, each implication, chipped away at the presumption of innocence he desperately clung to. As the first week of the trial came to a close, Caius sat alone in his holding cell, staring at the cold stone walls. He knew that unless something changed, unless new evidence emerged, his fate was all but sealed. And then, on the following morning, the prosecution announced they had a new witness. The trial of Caius Aethelgard began on a bitterly cold morning, in January 1999. The case had drawn widespread attention across Scotland, and the small courtroom in Portree was packed with journalists, legal experts, and curious onlookers. The prosecution sought to paint Caius as a calculated killer, while the defense attempted to argue that his father, Elowin Aethelgard, had orchestrated the massacre before taking his own life. The burden of proof rested heavily on both sides, but the evidence against Caius was damning. The prosecution opened by detailing the gruesome nature of the crime. The lead prosecutor, Angus McCrae, meticulously laid out the forensic findings. The rifle used in the killings was Caius's own, only his fingerprint was found on it, and the presence of 200 rounds of ammunition in his personal chest suggested he had the means and opportunity to commit the crime. The chilling entry in Elowin's journal, "Only you deserve the silence," was presented as a potential last message. But the prosecution argued that the absence of Elowin's fingerprints on the weapon suggested he had not been the shooter. McCrae then moved on to the most damning evidence, the bloodstains. Forensic experts testified that blood matching Tiernan's was found on Caius's trousers, suggesting a struggle. The spectacles with a missing lens, found in the workshop where Tiernan was attacked, only added to the case against him. But perhaps the most haunting piece of evidence was the placement of the bodies. Rhiannon had been found kneeling, her hands slightly raised in what seemed like a moment of pleading before she was shot. Branwen had been shot multiple times, a detail that indicated excessive force. When it was the defense's turn to speak, their argument centered around the possibility that Elowin had been the true killer. The defense attorney, Margaret Lorne, pointed to the inconsistencies in the forensic timeline. The absence of any defensive wounds on Caius, she argued, was evidence that he had not engaged in the violent struggle the prosecution described. Furthermore, she emphasized Elowin's strict and often punishing nature, painting him as a man who had grown paranoid and unstable. Could he have snapped and slaughtered his family in a fit of rage? Lorne also questioned the journal entry, suggesting that it could have been a suicide note rather than an accusation. She pointed out that Elowin's body was found in the same manner as the others, shot at close range. However, the prosecution countered that there was no gunshot residue on Elowin's hands, making the suicide theory unlikely. Then came the moment. Everyone was waiting for Caius Ethelgard took the stand. His demeanor was calm, almost unnervingly so. He recounted his version of events, waking early, delivering correspondence, returning to find the scene of horror. When asked about the blood on his trousers, he claimed that he had knelt by Tiernan's body in shock, which could explain the transfer of blood. He denied firing the rifle, saying he had no reason to harm his family. When questioned about the missing lens from the spectacles, Caius hesitated before claiming that they must have belonged to his mother, despite forensic analysis matching them to his own prescription. The cross-examination was brutal. McCrae pressed Caius on his inconsistencies, pointing out that he had given multiple accounts of his whereabouts that morning. When confronted with the fact that he had no alibi during the time of the murders, Caius remained silent. The jury was left with a difficult decision. Was Caius a grieving survivor of an unthinkable family massacre, or was he the monster who had carried it out? The weight of the evidence suggested the latter, but the defense had planted just enough doubt to keep the verdict uncertain. The trial dragged on for weeks, and as closing arguments were made, the tension in the courtroom was palpable. In the end, the decision rested with 12 jurors, tasked with determining whether Caius Ethelgard would walk free or spend the rest of his life behind bars. The truth, buried beneath layers of evidence, conflicting testimonies, and unanswered questions, was about to be decided. As the judge adjourned the court for the jury to deliberate, Caius sat motionless, his face unreadable. Was he contemplating the gravity of his fate, or was he already calculating his next move? The weight of the courtroom's silence was suffocating. I sat at the defendant's table, my hands cold and clammy against my lap. The judge's expression remained unreadable as he prepared to deliver my fate. The jury had spent 4 days deliberating, and now it was time to decide whether I would walk free or spend the rest of my life in prison. The prosecution had laid out their version of events with chilling precision. They claimed I had methodically slaughtered my family in a calculated act of rage. Their evidence was damning: my rifle, my fingerprints, the blood on my trousers. They painted me as a young man on the brink of madness, driven by resentment toward my father and the rigid discipline of my upbringing. They said I wanted to free myself from a life I despised, but instead of simply leaving, I had chosen to erase my past in the most brutal way imaginable. My defense had argued that my father, Elowin Ethelgard, was the true killer. They highlighted his cryptic journal entry, his history of erratic behavior, and the presence of his own blood on his clothes. My lawyer suggested that my father had been overwhelmed by despair, deciding to end his family's lives in an act of twisted mercy before turning the gun on himself. Only he had failed to finish the job. They pointed out that my injuries were consistent with a struggle, not an attack. They reminded the jury that my distress upon discovering the bodies had been genuine, not the performance of a cold-blooded killer. I tried to keep my breathing steady as the foreman of the jury stood. On the charge of murder in the first degree, we find the defendant, Caius Ethelgard, guilty. The words struck like a hammer to my chest. My vision blurred, the sound of my own pulse roaring in my ears. The judge's voice droned on, listing my sentence: life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. My knees nearly buckled as the bailiffs came to escort me from the courtroom. I wanted to scream, to protest, to tell them they had gotten it all wrong. But what good would it do? The world had already made up its mind about me. I was the villain, The murderer, the sole survivor of an unspeakable massacre. Prison was another world entirely. The days bled into each other, the monotony of routine grinding me down. I refused to speak to anyone at first, spending my days staring at the walls of my cell, replaying the events of that terrible morning over and over again. Could I have done more? Should I have fought harder to prove my innocence? Or had my fate been sealed the moment I returned home that morning? I received few visitors. My legal team had exhausted their appeals. A handful of reporters reached out, eager to dissect my story, but I declined their requests. No one wanted to hear the truth. They wanted a monster, and that was what they had made me. Years passed. My name faded from headlines. The world moved on. Then, a letter arrived. It was from a journalist named Isla Fraser. She had been investigating my case for nearly a decade, and she claimed to have uncovered something that might change everything. The letter was brief, but one sentence stood out. "You are not the only one who survived that night." I read those words over and over, my hands shaking. It was impossible. Everyone had died. I had seen their bodies. I had seen the blood. Unless I hadn't. Had someone else been there? Had someone else witnessed the horror of that night and remained silent all these years? And if so, why? For the first time in years, a flicker of hope ignited in my chest. Hope that maybe, just maybe, the truth had not been buried forever. As I set the letter down, I realized my fight wasn't over. Not yet.